A pleasant good morning to all. We are welcoming you back to where? Where are we?
Cumberland,
Yes, we
London.
are at Cumberland this morning again. Round three of the Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars tournament. And we've been blessed by some more showers across our islands, and that has held up play this morning between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad. Costner, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Roxella. Blessed morning to you. A good sabbatical day. It's a only bright morning, and that's a good sign. About the showers were done last night. Good for the farmers on these northwestern territory. However, I assume that the umpires said inspection will be in the next 15 minutes or so, 9:45. So we should be able to get a word of you for the viewers.
Yeah, so 9:45 again. The basic areas of concern once more are the outskirts of the cricket strips, so to speak, where the water settled yesterday morning, and sand based, but that area there was an accumulation of water, and so the groundsmen are definitely working on it now. It doesn't look as bad as it did yesterday, so I am presuming that we'll have an earlier start this morning, given that there are no more showers.
Yes, and having, well, been in this area, there haven't been any rain from about 5 this morning. So clearly that water had subsided significantly. So that is just a little mopping that they are taking care of there. And as soon as inspection is ready by 9:45, I believe there is no doubt that play should resume in the next 15 minutes after the inspection. So I'm anticipating an exciting day because it's just 2 days to go. And though you have lost some time in the game, it is not at a stage where each team cannot still come out with a victory.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting day. Nicely poised at this stage. One team could push on and try to get the next 5 wickets. Another could bat a lot of a good 2 sessions and pile up some runs. So basically, the word here at Cumberland, there's an inspection set for 9:45 as we look to go into day 2 of this. Third round match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leewards. So until we get word after that inspection, we're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome back to the Cumberland playing field. Good morning to the viewers around the world who are viewing us here live from Cumberland Northwestern Corridor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have the CWI Rising Star Under 19 cricket tournament. In this encounter, the third round, the Leeward Islands, they are taking on the Trinidad and Tobago team. The Trinidad and Tobago, they're batting. They are 122 for 5 at the close of day one yesterday. That was interrupted and shortened by rain. There was a bit of rain interruption this morning again, and as a result, we had a inspection done at 9:45, and the umpires have decided that game will start at 10:20 a.m. local time here, 10:20 a.m. So the lunch will be at 12:20. Tea will be at 3 o'clock, and they're anticipating our 5:30 finish in the likely event of no further interruptions. The cloud is a bit over us, and nothing too threatening. There's a hope of blue skies, and being a person from this area, I'm not anticipating much of a rain for the rest of the evening. However, the rollers, they're on the pitch doing a bit of early morning rolling, and as we get the final pieces fine-tuned to get play start for you at 10:20. So from Cumberland Roxell, it's about a 10:20 start, and then we will be live and ready for some commentary for you.
All right, well, welcome back to the Cumberland playing field. We're gonna restart with a solemn moment as we observe a minute silence for the passing of former St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Windward Islands cricketer, Mr. Irvin Wariken, off spinner, and who had given yeoman service to cricket in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Windwards. All right, so for those of you who just joined us and we may not have heard our um, pronouncement before, Cosnell, St. Vincent Grenadines and the Windwards lost one of our stalwart cricketers, former off-spinner Irvin Wariken, who passed in the wee hours of this morning.
A very solemn moment, and this time the fraternity mourns the loss, as you may mention. However, this is something inevitable, and whenever it reached to our door, there's nothing much we could do about it. However, in this case where the cricketing fraternity is mourning that loss, I do wish and stand in solidarity with the family and extend deepest condolences to those who are mourning at the time. Even he also coaches a team in the Vinci Premier League, which is the Last of Free Hikers, who's the defending champion and have been champions on a couple of occasions. So I believe they more so will be affected in terms of cricketers who have played with him for the most recent past.
Yes, definitely. Always need to remember the contribution of those who set the foundation, set the platform, and contributed to the further development of the sport here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also was a physical education teacher of note, and would definitely be missed at the Georgetown Secondary School as well.
Yes, but that being the case, we have to put our pieces together and get on to this game today, and we see that the Leeward Islands, they're out and ready for cricket today, and so too the Trinidad and Tobago team. They're resuming from an overnight total of 122 for 5. Two batsmen at the crease, Bechu and Ramlal. Ramlal has been there from day one yesterday where the first ball was bowled, and Bechu has joined him there, and they got the overnight total to 122 after a very good partnership. They were in a devastating position of 51 for 4, and that partnership between Ramlal and Rambaran really catapulted the total to a more sedated manner, and were able to get Trinidad and Tobago 122 for 5 Roxel, and Leeward Islands, they really bowled very well. They kept things under control for most of the period. The only critique I could give the Trinidad and Tobago team is that there was no sort of urgency in between the wicket and in between their running, which could have really made a lot of difference in this game in terms of the run tally. However, that not being the case, I believe that now there is only 2 days remaining. There should be a different plan. I believe that the plan now will be able to bat once and try to skittle out the Leewards twice and get as much points as possible. And that's from the Trinidad point of view. On the other hand, Leeward Islands should be looking forward to somewhat skittling out the Trinidadians early this morning, just after lunch, so that they could get enough time and put on a mammoth total and see if they could put Trinidad under some pressure. But that being the case, it will be the opening bowler for the Leewards, Nathan Edwards, to bowl from the river end and take up strike this morning.
So umpire Crawford is just about to give the indication to start the day's play. He does so now as Edward comes up to Bachu. This one is on the stumps early, just getting behind it and turning to the onside slightly, but it rolled back on the surface. So a tame start this morning, and we here at the Cumberland playing field, some clouds passing behind the mountains. If you are driving from the Kingston area coming down, it's a really scenic view, a lush green area, mountainous, and Nathan Edwards continue to operate from the river end. This one comes into him. That is Bachu. He comes around and turns it onto the onside. A little sound of anguish coming from Captain Boyne Tuckett as he perceived that could have just nipped back. But it's Bachu. He has joined Ramlal, who's been there for a very, very, very long time, since the start of the innings. This one again, just about the middle stump and turn it into the onside. Mid-on comes around and feels. The Leeward Islands would have had an opportunity to go back and think over their strategy yesterday. The Trinidadians likewise would be now thinking about building another partnership and a total close to 200, 250 possibly.
Well, as I made mention, they should be looking to bat once and set that mammoth total so that they could look to put the Leewards to bat twice. And on the contrary, the Leeward Islands should be looking to get these wickets as quick as possible. This would involve taking the catches, which the catch went down yesterday, and missed opportunity for run out. So these are the little things that will help the Leeward Islands to get these early wickets. I like the way that the Captain Tuckett started with his opening bowler this morning. So clearly it shows sign that he wants to get this innings for the Trinidad and Tobagonians early and try and get some batting, because rain is a factor, and it would be good if they come out with some points out of this game, the Trinidadians, but it would be even better. The Leeward Islands will be satisfied if they get more of it.
More of it's going to be served up now by Nathan Edwards to Bachu. He drives, trying to turn onto the onside, comes off the leading edge to the man at point. I've probably turned in the face of that bat a little too early. Bachu from East Trinidad, and good morning to those of you who are locked on to the YouTube feed here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we want to wish you a blessed Sunday down there. Again, our friends up there in the Leewards, also we want to wish you a good morning, safe travels to the parent and family of Tuckett, who would have been traveling back today to Nevis. So good morning, good signs, and yes, I don't think that the captain of the Leeward Islands had any other choice but to go all out this morning with his two opening bowlers that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and one of the things that the Leeward Island bowlers have to do, they have to keep the basic, but nothing is wrong with experimenting. Whether if something is not happening over the wicket, you try around the wicket, you try ad hoc field, you try something to try and see that Trinidad and Tobago don't have long partnerships, and that the batsmen at the crease are not too satisfied with one bowler. We made mention that Captain Tuckett have constantly rotated his bowlers, which is good, and one thing you'd want, this one first up, line down the leg side. So one of the things that Tuckett would want his bowlers to do whenever he make changes is to continue apply the pressure onto Trinidad and Tobago. On the contrary, Trinidad and Tobago has to rotate the strike, put more urgency in their running than yesterday, and that also can put the pressure back on the Leeward Islands.
Well, trying to exert some pressure is Landerford as it comes from the commentary booth, and this is a shortish delivery. Well, pitched up eventually, I should say. The one before was a shortish down the leg side, and behind it solidly was Ramlal, and he has been the anchor for the Trinidad Indians. He's been there. He's been very, very compact. He's been solid. Just one or two, I think I can remember flashes outside the off stump, but other than that, he's played definitely on its merit. Comes into the game with after scoring, well, picking up a 4 for 39 against Guyana with the ball, but he is here now, doing some good work in the middle as a batsman, as he leaves that one outside the off stump. The young man from Central was part of the interzonal championship team 2022. And he does have a couple of his teammates from Central here on this Trinidad and Tobago unit. Landerford, who had him dropped earlier yesterday morning, very early, comes up again to Ramlal. This one is down the leg side as he attempts to pitch that one right up. And missing out on a shot down the leg side. There's Ramlal. So Landerford will be looking to replicate one of those deliveries. That was probably the delivery of the day, but didn't take a wicket.
Yes, I was going to comment on that specific opportunity, but let me say, I've seen a couple of balls that he have pitched on just about our stump. That is a good area, good channel. But what we realize is that Ramlal is set at the crease and he knows just where his off stump is, and he's not playing at those deliveries. He's trusting the bounce still of the wicket. What Landerford need to do is to get it as much closer to the batsman, because he's getting that away swing from the right-hander. That is what squatted the opportunity yesterday. So if he could get it a bit straighter, yes, we understand the coach asked you to bowl just about off stump, top of our stump. That is okay. But the batsman is just in the bounce, and he knows the pitch enough to know that it will go over half.
This one is a full pitch delivery, and the bounces over the man at short extra cover, Walsh, but coming around and cleaning up the fielding is Palmer. Over comes to an end, and it is 122 for 5, 2 consecutive maidens to start this morning's proceedings.
Well, that's good bowling there from the Leeward Islands, sorry. They're starting what we will say on the ball. And this is something that Trinidad and Tobago started with yesterday, where they allow one batsman to be facing up to a specific bowler for too long, and this is where we're talking about rotating the strike. I am not saying to play across the line or to play, but soft hands, play the ball into the gap and create that single.
Looking better in this over so far is Bachu, as he comes forward and drove that one into the cover area. Number 74 on his back, and he's also noted to have been quite impressive in the under-19 Sports and Culture Fund matches, for which one of them he scored a 91. So he's facing up now to Nathan Edward. This one is on the off stump, just back of a length, and comes forward and pushes it out to the all side. Better so far, I would make it from Nathan Edward. He has been on the stumps and gets the ball now from the tall, lanky Amri. Turns, comes up now, passes umpire Crawford. This one is pitched on the legs, neatly whipped behind square. He gets one. They're looking, and some chat out there, but fielded finally by Landerford. One more to the total. Trinidad off the mark today. They move to 123. 123 for 5. Bachu is off the mark.
Always good to get off the mark. A very good shot. The weight transfer was more so on that front foot, and the angle. With the angle that ball is taken, he just use a pace and guide it to back of the square. And very, very good work there. Show good wrist work as well. So it brings Ramlal into strike, which is for the first time in the morning. We're going to see Edwards bowling up to Ramlal.
This one is pitched upon the offs time, belatedly dry. So it looks like a slow delivery as well. He had to wait on it a bit and eventually just pushes out on the offside. The short extra cover came around and Walsh does the fielding. And so who's going to take the ascendancy early this morning? That's what we're going to find out very soon as Edwards comes up now to this is Ramlal. He pushes it onto the onside. 4 on his back comes round and picks up. That is Williams, Ronald Williams. And so that affected a change in the field as Tuckett is now asking Williams to come to a conventional square leg. And there's a short mid-wicket. He's now taking out the gully and he has one slip. I'm at point, I'm at cover, I'm at extra cover. Nathan Edwards to Ramlal. This one is taking the outer portion of the bat and going down where a third man would have been. Guided down there inadvertently, I miss it, subject to correction. But Ramlal moves on. He opens his scoring today. He moves to 38. The Leewards, the Windwards, the Trinidad and Tobago team, that is 124 for 5.
Yes, if we look at the batting of Ramlal and his approach, if I could analyze him, not without technology, but from my naked eyes here, his stance is an open stand, and he stands. His front leg is standing way off the like somewhat of a fifth stump. His back leg is at whatever guard he's taking. So if he's taking a leg guard or a middle leg, he stands there. On his approach to the crease, we made mention yesterday of how there is a gap between his front leg, the weight transfer and that position between the bat and the front leg, that gap, and hence the reason why he's not having enough time to meet the ball. So it appears that most of his shot will be a close batted shot at the point of contact.
Land for to Ramlal. This one is a good delivery, rushing him a bit as he comes down it and turns it in front of square. Still confident and compact though. Even when he's challenged with good deliveries like these, it looks as if he's in control. And that's what the Trinidadians would really love. They need him to continue and to bat at least this first session this morning. That would definitely mean that the score would have progressed a bit. Landeford with other ideas, 12 on his back. He comes up now, passes umpire Trudeau. This one is taken the outside portion of the pad and cleaned up right behind the stumps by Tuckett. And looking to bowl a straighter line, it seems, so far to Ramlal this morning, Landeford.
Yes, he should, because that's what I was alluding to in the previous over, where he was just bowling just about that off stump. I see a couple of this delivery here. This second delivery went down there, so he has intention of bowling straighter to him, just about that area. Let him play.
Yeah, I would love to see him just a touch shorter of length and get using that little moisture that might be on the surface. That's where he got him in trouble yesterday. But Ramlal may have been preparing, and he may be waiting for something like that. Let's see what he does if that's offered up. But he's been solid. He's been confident. He's been a rock for the Trinidadians. This one is outside the off stump, and once again quite comfortably and knowing where his off stump is, he leaves that one to go by.
Another thing, we haven't seen a short pitch delivery served up to Ramlal, so the bowlers are not sure if he's good at pulling or hooking. There is a man at square, there's a man on the fine leg boundary for that hook shot.
That's exactly the idea that Landeford would have to work on. That's the only area I see that he seems to have a little difficulty, if at all, possibly rushed into getting behind them and challenge a little bit more in terms of his technique. But again, equal to the task, Ramlal. Well left, well left, and so he's counteracting what Landerfoot is attempting to do, which offers here for a really good morning cricket. I like the looks of Ramlal this morning. He looks as if he means a lot of business.
So Watley comes on for substitute fielder.
So Nathan Edwards will come from the Cumberland River, and yes, there's a river behind there. You see some trees and stuff, but there is a fairly good-sized river running between the mountain that you see in the back and the trees that are closer to us at the playing field. And this one is again played onto the onside. I'm trying to make sure he gets himself in and can support Ramlal as much as possible. Is Bachu. There's a bit of showers starting to approach the area. Nathan Edwards again to Bachu. This one he whips in the air over the umpire's head at square leg. He's going to get one. They're looking for a second. That's another two to the total. Bachu moves on to three. And Trinidad and Tobago pushes up to 126. 126 for five. And when the bad deliveries are offered, they have been capitalizing on them on the leg side.
Yes, and they should. What I'm specifically impressed with is the way they have started their business this morning. They look as if they are a business-like unit, ready to score. So at any given opportunity, they're there.
So once again, they're having a delivery that is played onto the offside as the showers come across the ground. The umpires are in discussion with the groundsmen. And so it's Nathan Edwards again. Comes up to Bachu. He drives back to Edwards. Edwards collects in his follow through. And the gentlemen would have to really fight it out today. The conditions are challenging in some cases as the rains come across. And to keep their focus, Bachu now walks away and comes back, settles into his into his stance as Edwards comes up again. This one is skidding off a little bit onto the bat, hitting the bottom part of the bat as he prods forward. And out to point it went. As a batsman in these conditions where you have a little showers coming on the surface, how does that distract you?
No, it does, because it's two things in your mind. You have to negotiate where just at how the speed of the ball comes, which will be a bit faster. You have to look out for where the umpire is signaling to the ground staff to come on. You have to look at defending your wicket. So all of these factors come into play. But as you would say, as a coach, you play ball on its merit. Yes, but you have to be psychological as well, because is the rain coming too heavy? Is it going to make the pitch different? Is it going to cause any unorthodox movement of the pitch? This is exposed to now so a lot of dew. So it will be much better for the pace bowlers land the foot. The only area of concern will be like the landing, where they land at the bowling crease there.
Well, the umpires are definitely on their walkie-talkies, making sure they communicate with the ground staff. But we are continuing here. It's Landerford getting ready to offer up again to this is Ramlal. It's a short rise and delivery on the pads, and it's going down to a fine leg. He gets one, he gets two, and so you can see that you you can see that the approach now is to probably get it a little shorter to him. He moves to 40. The Trinidad and Tobago total moves up to 128. 128 as Ramlal making sure that he is comfortable, that he is settled, he is not rushed into being able to face the delivery. Gets now there, he gets settled. As land the foot to him again, this is shorter and going across the chest area, picking up the line and the length of it very quickly and allowing it to just snug past his chest area is Ramlal, and this is offering for a big innings because he's definitely in and knows what he's about. Pitch full delivery pitched up there again, and you can hear that compact sound of the full face of the vertical bat coming forward and making sure that you're not gonna get through my defenses today. It's not been easy. It was not beaten on most occasions during the course of this match so far, and he continues to be solid. Settles once more. This one is short and he ducks under it and trying to ensure that Ramlal knows that I still do have some juice in my armory. This one he decides to just duck under and allow it to go into the hands of Tuckett. So Ramlal proving a very difficult log here to this lodge here for the Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, so that's the first sign of the short ball you're seeing, just what I've been asking for. So because Ramlal is just going to block you. He's not going to, unless that ball is off target, he's going to play a shot. So that's a good ask there from Landefort. We are seeing that moisture in the pitch now become a bit uncomfortable. Seeing dropping the hands. So he's assessing that piece just from the exposure of that job of Jew, will say that pass there, and you could see now where he would have gotten a normal vertical bat, as you said, coming down at that. It rushes to him quicker than he anticipated there.
This is a quicker one, shorter and quicker, and this is probably what he needs to do. I probably need to go around the wicket and go over the wicket and go and see where if he could get it across the right hander here. But Landeford has been there and thereabout. Same thing for Nathan Edwards. Probably Captain Tuckett is going to be thinking about getting his spinners in. Nathan Edwards again with a few showers coming across. Comes up to this is Bachur, just about the middle and leg, and he pushes it off to the onside. Gerald Andrew comes around, is it? It looks like Ronald Williams came around and does the fielding. So challenging conditions here for cricket and for the youngsters this morning. But again, this is all about building some character and learning as they go. Nathan Edwards to Bachu. This one is again whipped away behind square. He's going to be quite prolific off his pads here. Bachu gets a single as coming around from the backward square boundary area was Landeford to collect. Bachu moves to 4, the score 129 for 5, 129 for 5. Ramlal is there. We're going to get some ideas of the number of balls and minutes that he would have faced. He's edging up to a half century, and it will be well deserved. He now takes strike from Nathan Edward. This one is full pitch outside the off stump, and with that horizontal style bat, he pushes it out the covers and doesn't score. Williams again does the fielding.
You made mention of the river that is in the back. The viewers there that they're seeing the back of Edwards. It's also an area where we find local chichi, what we call it chichi, some little fish. No, in the Caribbean we have different names for different product. Some will say shishi, but we use it for all the morning fish cake and so I had some this morning, so hence the reason I could speak off Roxelle.
Let's get back to the cricket because I know you're talking about chichi and you're not bringing any. That can't make sense, viewers. I'm not sure. If you know what that delicacy is, you know that he's not been a good commentary friend because he didn't bring any this morning. No friends out here on the cricket at this stage because they're trying to dislodge another wicket here at the Leeward Islands, but being defiant, being solid in his opportunity at bat, his first opportunity at bat in this game is Ramlal. Again, just pushing that one onto the onside. Yeah, but that's a really, really sought after dish. Nathan, again, a slow delivery, shortish as well, and with ease, relative ease, as if he is just playing in his bedroom, some shadow cricket. Here is Ramlal. Another over comes to an end. Trinidad and Tobago, 29 for 5.
I've seen the approach of Landerford so far for the morning. He doesn't have that adrenaline as if he is into his business as yet. He has bowled his lines very well. I'm not sure if he's frustrated that I'm bowling my best ball at Ramlal and he's just blocking, and that could be frustrating. Yes, but that's the nature of the game. That's the nature of the sport. But even in his approach to coming to the crease to bowl, you're seeing that he's not putting that energy. I do not know what could change, if it's an overnight feeling or something.
No, well, discussions with him at lunch yesterday, they're not very comfortable with the incline, let's put it that way, as they approach, and that was one of the issues that he indicated to me yesterday at lunch. You're correct in your assessment that he doesn't look as if he's comfortable and into that run up as he would love, but he's now trying to fight it out, and now he gets an opportunity to bowl to Bachu. Let's see what he can offer. But again, all learning experiences, you're not going to have the conditions that you want to playing, you are comfortable in all the time. So you have to fight through that and stand up strong in difficult situations. Good delivery here now, pitching and coming back slightly into the left-hander, and he is solidly behind it again. Bright red helmet, and his counterpart Ramlal in a dark blue helmet. And they're both trying to push Trinidad and Tobago as far as they possibly can. This morning session would be ideal for them to bat through.
It will be interesting, Roxelle, to see at what point does Trinidad and Tobago decide they're going to up the tempo, up the momentum in this run score. What will be their plan? Is it to bat once, or because I'm not in the belief that they're looking to do a second innings to set a total for victory, because time is of essence. Just today's game and tomorrow is the last day, so I'm not too sure what will be the plan, what will be. There's no word as yet coming out of the camp And the urgency in the batting seems to be the same as yesterday. We are not asking the batsmen to give away the wickets, no. So if viewers are in Trinidad believe that I'm requesting of the batsmen to give away that's not what I'm asking, okay? But we would like to know from their approach. Is it that approach, a good short delivery, lifting to beat you? And that is something I've been asking for. Let's see how the Trinidaders handle the short ball. They have been playing the ball on the front foot and on its merit very well. But the short delivery, see that one is angling towards slip, dropping short. That is what you want to see. Put in a short leg. Let the batsman know, listen, he's going to come short. You could do a bluff. You could set up a man for the pull shot, go yaka. Do something. You have to create that opportunity.
Attempting to create another opportunity for the Leewards. Landerford. This one is another shortish delivery, and getting behind it once more is Bachu. Doesn't allow it to get through his defenses. The over comes to an end, and we could see the signal for the helmet. So the spinners are going to be in action quite soon from the Leeward Islands end. But from the Windwards, from the Trinidadian standpoint, they've definitely worked well so far for this morning. Have not pushed the score very far, but they have ensured that the Leeward Islands have to work and work hard again this morning. So Najee Emery, he's going to take up the attack from the river end to Bachu. This is to Ramlal, short and pulled to the back square boundary. Gets a single. He moves to 41, pushes up quite comfortably. The Trinidadians move now to 130, 130 for 5. And the last wicket fell. And around 120, I believe, 120, 121. We could get that verified for you in a bit. But Emery is going to have other ideas. He has 2 wickets so far to his name in this game. It's a short delivery, a lot of time. The surface is on the slower side, and I still do believe that although we're still in the first innings of the first team batting, I still believe that there's a lot of time in the game. Given some of the scores that we've seen in the tournament, there have been a few matches that where we had bigger scores and then you couldn't really push for a result. But I still do believe there's still a lot of time in the game, Casnell.
This one is cut past for slip. Is coming down to the boundary. They will not get 4 because of the early morning dew that was out this morning. I would feel a bit soggy, well, not soggy to cause any sort of injury, but a bit heavy.
So Bachu moves on to 5 and inching closer to that 150 Trinidad and Tobago team. This one is a good delivery, pitching and coming back into the right-hander with a bounce as well, some bounce behind it, but that solid rock, that Iron Man for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Ramlal is behind it as per usual. He awaits Emery to dry the ball to his comfort. So it's flighted, taking the outer portion of the bat. There's no slip, so it comes down to a third man area. 2 is the call from the spectators, and 2 is the result as they complete it now. Ramlal goes up to 43, and 133 for 5 Trinidad and Tobago. And Najee finding the outside edge on that occasion, but no one in the slip cordon.
Yeah, I'm surprised with that. They have always kept that first slip in, and in this case, it wasn't there. There was a leg slip instead, because Ramlan has been playing on the back foot mainly, and the opportunity gone a begging there. So they will be a bit disappointed with that opportunity. As you see, they have opted from this commentary booth end to bowl Palmer for the first time.
Michael Palmer taking the ball up for the first time in this innings for the Leeward Islands as they inserted the Trinidadians yesterday. We are into day 2 of this third round match. Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars Championship. We at Cumberland, northern leeward end of St. Vincent Grenadines. Palmer comes up with a full toss and smacked through the mid-wicket area by Bachu. He moves up to 6 and Trinidad 134 for 5. Palmer a strongly built young man and also from St. Martin. So he is gonna try to effect something here positively for the Leeward Islands. Ramlal will have his first sight of him now as he looks at his field. One slip, a man at mid on, mid off, conventionally as he comes in now. Palmer. And this one is on the middle stump and he drives back down to the man here at mid off. Palmer coming around the wicket early this morning here. Costnell.
Yes, the change of angle will be different for Ramlal. We have seen Ramlal being comfortable with over the stump deliveries coming back into him. In the case of Lander 40, shaped that ball away from him. So the natural angle of Palmer, he has somewhat of a slingy looking action. So it will somewhat go across him. So Ramlal will have to now make his adjustments to the necessaries. However, I'm somewhat surprised that we haven't seen Williams bowled for the time since he was taken off yesterday, and he was one who was instrumental in getting 2 quick wickets after lunch yesterday and putting Trinidad and Tobago in this position, in a position where they were 51 for 5.
Well, the idea of a tucket here is probably to offer something new, something that they have not seen before. And so Palmer comes up now to Ramlal. This one is shortish, coming into the right-hander. He's solidly behind it, looking at the ball as it makes contact with the bat. Walks away, knowing that he's 7 runs shy of his half century. You will want to get that and possibly get another 50 to add to that. It's been one of the outstanding performers for Trinidad and Tobago so far in this tournament. Again, nudges this one into the onside. Shorter, mid-wicket comes forward, fields. That's Williams. The Williams that Costnell is pitching for to come onto the ball. So Palmer from the young Rising Stars unit in St. Martin. I'm not sure if they're all bunched together this morning in front of that television that they were yesterday supporting their fellow teammates.
Maybe some have their sabbaticals and some have their work and some...
Oh, they probably went to church together.
Yeah.
Yes, still one of those days that we definitely have that tradition of going to church in the Caribbean. As the over comes to an end, just that full toss in the first ball. But since then, he's been on about the stumps, but nothing that would have been too much of a trouble for Ramlal and or Bachu.
So Emery to continue as Bechu faced up and he's just satisfied. And, Rock's still in a bit off from the cricket. The viewers would like to know. A viewer here is asking, where were you during the time of the eruption?
I was in Prospect. I was looking at, as we take this delivery, Amory again to Bachu, a flighted down the leg side. There's an appeal as he attempted to sweep. Not sure if he got some of it. Probably did. Graves is behind it. Graves cannot pull it back. It comes off the pad, says umpire Crawford. So 4 more to the
Total.
the total for Trinidad and Tobago, 138. 138 4 leg bys signal umpire Crawford. Yeah, I was in the Prospect area and saw the clouds, the plumes of ash as they go up. It was a really interesting situation because I knew of the danger. My son, who is just 8 years old, he wanted to see what was happening and all that kind of stuff. As this one goes down the leg side again, Graves, similar to the delivery before, is behind it. He pulls it back this time and gets it in now to I make it. Tuck it 2 more leg bys, and the leg bys have been plentiful this morning. The score moves to 140. And what was scary for me was in during the nights when you could actually see the lava picture, the hot cracking, so to speak, of those sites, and it was an opportunity that the young people wanted to see because they didn't really appreciate the danger. But older people like us, we knew how difficult it could have been, and it was challenging for us during that period and a few months thereafter.
Challenging it is, and it was for Trinidad and Tobago batters earlier on yesterday, but now they have recovered. So show some resilience in their batting. So a bit challenging this morning for the Leeward Islands. I haven't got no wicket. Very good batting by the Trinidadians. They have added more to their overnight total, and they are 140. Have added some 28 runs so far for the morning. 18 runs, sorry. Some 18 runs. So end of the over, 140 for 5. So the Leeward Islands should not feel too bad that 18 runs have been added. It's still a quiet morning. They haven't really got off with that speed as the Trinidadians would like. Ramlal still playing very cautious, and Bishu, who's at the crease there, he alongside Ramlal is really playing that role that he has been giving.
So Palmer will continue probing away here at the Leeward Islands, but definitely coming to the service of the Trinidadian team are the batters in Ramlal and Bachu. Ramlal more so has been there since the start of play yesterday. This one is coming across him. He stands up comfortably and punches it onto the onside. Where do you see the next wicket coming for the Leewards?
Well, this to me appears to be through the run-out route. I'm not too sure. Because Ramlal is solid as a rock here, as the rocks here in St. Vincent. Not easily disturbed unless it's Mother Nature. So, and then number 74 on his back is Bishu, who seems to have adopted that solidness and that firmness like Ramlal. See a hint of short delivery there.
Yeah, another attempt to put him in an uncomfortable position, but again, he was well behind it. It trickled out behind the stump. He had a little concern as he looked back quickly, but it was far from the stump. And probably Palmer is being asked to bowl a straighter line because he's now employed a short mid wicket. That's Tucker. This one is pitched up on about the middle stump, but no ball says umpire true though. So Trinidad pushes up once more to 141, 141 for 5. Ramlal 43, Bachu 6. So he turns again. Palmer having a word with Landefort as they discuss the plans. He's now deciding to come over the wicket. Palmer. This one is a delivery rushing on to his pad area into the leg stump there just a bit, and coming around from the short leg position was Graves. He does the fielding, and another a different angle of a line of attack here from Palmer. So the youngsters are thinking it's not easy. They have been asked to work very, very hard to get another wicket, but they are also trying as many options as possible.
Right, and you're correct, because now it's that short leg has been put in place. Clearly, they are saying to Ramla that we're going to be up in that rib area. So you have to be very mindful, and because there's clearly that man at short mid wicket, there's a square leg, and there's still a man at fine leg. So at some point, Ramlal will have to decide if he's going to go with the short ball to pull, or if he's just going to just drop it or just duck under those short deliveries.
The temperament being shown here by Ramlal needs to be adopted by some of our senior players. It looks as if he wants a bat for 5 days, big man. That's a good short delivery. This had him in a little difficulty, and he definitely took evasive action, and he's now looking at his bat to make sure he didn't do any damage to it. Still down on his hunches, so to speak, and he comes up now, settles again, probably talking to himself as he does. That was just a quicker one. Just let it pass. Let's go again. They've not been able to break through my defenses. As he continues to reassure himself, settles again into his stance. Another short delivery, but again on the slower side is the surface, so he had enough time to get up and stand up tall and just guide that to where a gully would have been. A good over by Palmer. I make it. The idea of coming, changing the angle was good, but equal again as he's been since ball one yesterday. Ramlal strong and tall here for the Trinidadians.
Yes, and great work there by Palmer. He has been working with the field. Just before that short ball, we made mention that there will be some sort of sign of the short ball, and surely Ramlal is showing you that he's not going to be engaged in any of those tempo delivery. He wants to be there, and that he will do. And he take evasive action and got under that one and lived to see another day.
Emery, who's been able to get the breakthrough and it's needed for the Leewards, he's been looking to do that now. Comes up to Bachu. Bachu comes forward correctly behind that one. As that one was slightly flighted and just outside the off stump, and coming solidly behind it. Number 4 in his back. He settles now again. This one is well flighted on about the off stump. He likes what he saw. That's Emery. Comes back now, and he's going to think about what he's offering. Bachu has been solid so far. Let's see who's going to win this battle. Emery comes up to Bachu. This one is a little shorter, and had to wait on it a bit, and that he did, and he came again. Comfortably. Tuckett has seen something, and so he's given us a little advice to Emery. Emery agrees, so he turns.
I think it's a case where the captain would have recommended that you flight it a bit. You're pushing it through too much. The surface is slow, yes, but there's nothing wrong with asking Becher to come to meet the ball. So bowl it a bit slower and see what could happen. Let it rips off the chuck itself.
This one is a little shorter and still given a little air, a little slower as well. And this one was left alone outside the off stump. So Bachu growing in confidence as Ramlal has been there supporting him as well. This one is another good delivery on about the off stump, a little quicker this time. And Bachu continues to do what he's done. He's been solid. He's been there fighting it out for the Trinidadians as one of our buses passes. Looks like filled of people going to the Richmond Beach. This one he drives into the covers. Williams feels the over comes to an end. The Trinidadians are pushing on slowly. 141 for 5.
So to the extreme north of the island there, you have the Darkview Falls. A very inhabited falls, especially on weekends and holidays. More so, very few. Now that it is a school vacation, you find a lot of personal cluster in that area. You will find a lot of persons going to the Richmond Beach, as you rightly said. So a lot of excitement to the extreme north of the island. Very cool for relaxation and for tourists alike to come and visit. So whenever you come to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I know you have a lot of friends in the region, Roxel, and those in the diaspora. You could ask them to take a tour down on the Leeward side and let them see. They even might want to look at the last of a volcano that erupted and what does it make of. Having been the one being able to see it on a daily basis. Because where I walk that viewpoint, as we see Mackenzie comes into the attack, leg spinner for the first time for the morning to take up from the commentary booth end. I am privy to see that volcano every morning. See some lush green grass growing up from the base of it, but not so to the top as yet, because I believe much of the ash will have settled just at the top of it. So in terms of the agricultural part of it, nothing has been going on there, as you know. Good running there. First sign of urgency I've seen for Ramlal. And so clearly Ramlal showing you his business will be a bit different. I'm not too sure if during the overbreak there was a message that was sent out to him. That's the first time I've seen Ramlal take a single that a ball directly to a fielder.
Well, he's grown in confidence. He's a senior statesman, as you would say, out there at this stage, and he is now taking control of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Mackenzie, however, would attempt to dislodge his partner, and he started well. Mackenzie comes up now to bowl to Bachu. He's on 6. This is a good delivery, turning into the onside is Bachu. Actually turning, yes, there's a request for him to bowl on by his counterpart down below us. So it's a good delivery, but driven neatly, really nicely driven, but can't beat the man at mid-off. So that's Graves. And Bachu himself is growing in confidence, so this is good signs for Trinidad and Tobago. Well played again. He's almost attempted to step out of his crease, but he actually got back in time. There was a cry for the fielder to get the ball back quickly, but that he didn't.
But I think it was a one bounce to the shot, like fielder, so jumped a bit short. So end of the over, bit of messages going out there for the batsmen. The Trinidad and Tobago team. A bit of
Well, the umpire is instructing that he needs to get permission to come on, and then and the thing is about it is that they're just about 5 minutes before the first hour's break, so that can be understood. You can understand that you want to have some information out, but you also have to follow the protocols as they're given. So it's just about 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes left before the first hour of play. They're definitely gonna have that break in a short time.
It's good to see that Trinidad and Tobago haven't lost a wicket yet in the first hour. That puts the psychological pressure back onto the Leeward Islands, though the runs are not forthcoming as they would like. However, they continue to do well. The Trinidadians continue to do battle. They are creeping up to 150, which would have seemed a bit hopeless. This one is chucked into the helmet of the short leg fielder, and a peel of catch ricocheted, but ricocheted and past the man behind the keeper. Actually, and I'm sure there's not a concussion protocol for that, no?
Well, I believe there should be. Let's put it that way. These things are things that can affect you thereafter. So even if the player says he's fine, there should be something to make sure that is judged from a medical standpoint. That's just my view. But here we go. It's Anaje again. Comes up now to Bachu, and he whips it into the onside as he's been doing quite well. He looks very comfortable, and looks like that's his strong area as he gets another single.
It would have been an unfortunate way if that was ricocheted and caught for Ramlal to go. Very unfortunate.
So why do you say it's unfortunate? He's a part of the field. It's a part of his equipment.
Yes, and be that as it may, they have not bowled what you call a good delivery to you. A ball ricocheted into a helmet of the fielder. You see, this is the difference though. If that helmet is placed at the back of the keeper and is on the ground there, and it touches, it's a different result than now it's on the fielder head.
Well, that's why I said it's part of his equipment, so it's all well and good. Part of his equipment, as Ramlal attempted to sweep again, and got the part of the edge and came down to Walsh. Anaje Amory comes up again. Amri. And this is a good delivery. This one is challenging Ramlal, but he was comfortable watching it onto the bat eventually and keeping it out at the end of that over. Trinidadians have moved on to 143 for 5. 143 for 5. Ramlal is there on 44. 45 being corrected. Ramlal on 45 and Bachu on 7. So I gave Bachu the one that should have gone to Ramlal. So Bachu is still on 6 and Ramlal is on 45 cast now. Mackenzie operates from the commentary booth end, this time to Bachu. Well, flighted outside the off stump, and it's gone high, hard, over, mid off. That's going to roll into the boundary now for 4. Bachu opening up his arms, and he goes into double figures. The Trinidadians move to 147. A very positive stroke there by Bachu.
Well, that's a good shot. It was flighted just about outside off stump. And the mid off is off, and the mid on and mid off is up. So clearly he has all his eyes open for that shot. Welcome boundary, first boundary for the morning. Well, in terms of the bat, we have seen buys. We have seen a leg by coming for 4. Well, it's first boundary for 4 coming from the bat.
Well, I would not be unhappy with that stroke. I would probably attempt to see whether he can replicate this on a number of occasions. So it's Mackenzie again to Bachu. Yeah, this is into air again on the onside this time, distance away from the mid wicket, and there was a cry of anguish again by Tuckett as we've come accustomed to, but that did not go to hand. 148 for five. Bachu moves on to 11.
What I like mainly about that delivery, it was well played, yes, but just what I was alluding to is that Mackenzie got Bechu coming down the track, and that is what you want. You want him to start walking out the crease, and once you are able to draw him out of the crease, you're going to get the opportunity coming at some point where you could slip one across him, and that is a good sign. Wide signal on this occasion, as this one is the googly attempted, so he pitched it wide with anticipation that it will come back into the right hander. It passed Ramal just about a bit too wide, and umpire able to signal for that one. Um, so one more to the total brings up 149 for the Trinidadians, who's in a much more better position.
This is well flighted, but on about the middle stump, and that is Ramlal coming forward, and again just playing it on the offside. Ramlal, a man for this moment, it seems, for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Ramlal seems not to be in no hurry. He's not even running fast, and he's not even pushing that momentum in terms of the batting. However, what you have to get here, what Mackenzie has to do is to see if he could walk out of his crease, because he's not going to run down. See if he's walking at the end of the over. It's a jinx break. It's 149 for five at the end of the over here, and jinx being served up for the first over. Good batting there from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, the Trinidadians would have batted well in this first hour. They would have definitely asked for this. Slow going, not very rapid, but steady. And they've moved from 122 for 5 to 149 for 5, and this is actually what the doctor would have been ordered for Trinidad and Tobago, so that they don't lose any wickets early this morning. Ramlal is there. He's been batting very impressively, and then he has now a new partner in Bachu, who has looked positive when the opportunities have been given to him. So as we take a very short break here at the Cumberland playing field, the Leeward Islands inserted the Trinidad and Tobago team yesterday morning, and at this stage Trinidad have progressed to 149 for 5.
So short water break there for the first morning of the second day as Emery continues. This one is short of a length, and just after the water break we see this one punch out into the deep, and Ramlal setting for one.
That was not good running, and that should have that was easily two. Carsnell, I believe again, if we want to say something about the batting, that is probably the area that would need some improvement. The running between the wickets, and that clearly, without a doubt, should have been two.
Well, I think the message now for Ramlal was to get the batting on, get the impetus now to the innings, because there you see two was right on there clearly, and he settled for one, and there was a shout from his camp. That is not something he normally got before the Jinx break or even yesterday. So now they're signaling to him that he needs to get that rhythm in and get things up and going.
With that single, 150 for the Trinidadians came up. 150 Trinidad and Tobago, and they will definitely be happy with this position after being 53 for 4 yesterday, and were in a spotted border. This is a good delivery by Emery, probably the first in a few that would have beaten the outside portion of the bat for Ramlal. On this occasion, he was genuinely beaten, and he also looks as if he is becoming a little bit more positive in terms of his intentions out there.
Yes, he should be.
As we have some showers again, this one could be a little heavier than the one before, but we'll see what the umpires decide. Emery, however, continues to Ramlal. He drives into the covers, can't beat the man there. This time, we see the umpires now having the indication that they should leave. This is another stoppage here, Casnell, and this one looks as if it's going to be a little heavier, as I indicated, coming from the valley. And it's important that the groundsmen could get those covers on. Let's see what's happening. But once more, the Trinidadians on top this morning. Definitely, the plan would be to bat the whole session without losing a wicket, and they have done half of that already, and completed half of what their instructions may have been this morning.
Yes, clearly the instruction would have been see how much you'll be able to get out of the first session. We'll see where Ramlal shows some urgency in terms of his run scoring, but not the running between the wicket. And that is an area where in his batting he has failed drastically, I would say. Though he have been there and he have solidified the innings for Trinidad and Tobago, clearly I am somewhat disappointed with the running that he has gotten between the wicket. I don't know if the management team would have spoke about it, but it's an area in which they need to correct.
Right, so as we have an interruption for rain here at the Cumberland playing field, day 2 of round 3 of the Cricket West Indies on the 19 championship, the Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago at this interruption, 150, 150 for 5. Ramlal is on 45, Bachu is on 2. And until there is a further play, we'll take a break.
500 wins.
Hey, you wanna eat?
Pretty be proud of me. Bum, 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 bum.
You know the rank I had before we came here?
Yeah, no, you're top 100.
I haven't checked the last day.
So, good evening and welcome back to the Cumberland playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we're having the CWI, the Cricket West Indies Under 19 Rising Star Cricket Competition among the region best of the best under 19s. We have Trinidad and Tobago. They are playing the Leeward Islands, sorry, and we had a lot of rain just before lunch, and just after lunch there has been a held up, so things have quickly abated and the grounds have worked assiduously to get some sort of play in. I still have Roxelle John with me here. Roxelle, welcome to Cumberland again, and good to see some plays going to take place. Trinidad and Tobago 150 in their 79th over for 5. What do you make of that?
It's slow going, but it also tells you about the conditions under which they have to play. It's been challenging, and the bowling of the Leeward Islands have not been bad as well. They have not allowed them to actually get away, but an important partnership being forged here between Ramlal, and we can't speak much more about what he's done. He's been extremely solid. He's been there from the start, and he is actually anchored at this innings. He is the one around which much of the scoring has been done, and Bachu, it has proven to be a worthy partner at this stage.
And we see, as you rightly said, Ramlal and Bachu, they are navigating this innings for the Trinidad and Tobago team, having been close to the beach, so a little bit of navigation is important. And we have seen where Ramlal especially have really guided from the Trinidad and Tobago team from a shipwreck to sea. It's not there as yet, and they haven't really hit the ice, but they will be somewhat satisfied as to where they are, having aborted that shipwreck.
Start and stop here. Kasna, how does that affect you as a cricketer when you're involved in situations like these?
Yeah, it is fundamental that it breaks the momentum. In that, especially if you're in a batting position, the momentum is broken, and it's always give you that start again attitude, refocusing and channeling your mind in that area of batting again. In terms of bowling, it is much easier with bowling, because as a bowler you have 6 balls in an over in which to pick up your line and length quickly. So you will have that rest, even though a much needed rest, and you will now be ready somewhat to take up play when it comes to bowling on the wicket.
Well, let's see if Ronald Williams is going to be ready to take up the attack here for the Leeward Islands. I think you were calling for Ronald earlier today, so he has been given the ball on your request, Casnell, in this portion of play after lunch, an extended period because of the little damp areas that we would have had outside the outskirts of the surface. Bachu is on strike, and Ronald Williams on the ball, so to speak, is asking his mid-wicket to go to a little bit more to his left, and he is also taking the mid-on a little wider. Williams to Bachu. He gets a full toss, and Bachu opens his arms and spanks that one behind square. Starts the business very early, and no ball as well. So 5 more to the total, and Bachu on the money, dispatching his first delivery since lunch.
Yes, he a bit relaxed there, and first of a loosener. Umpire signaling and warning him for that one unacceptable full toss. Is above the batsman waist. So rightly called there by umpire Crawford. Crawford that is. As we see, umpire Chudo. As we see a kitten that is just at mid-off there.
The colours of the kitten is almost the colours of the Leeward Islands kit. Anyhow, it's Williams to Bachu. This is a delivery going down the leg side. Didn't come up much. He's shaping to actually play a shot on the onside, but then decided against it.
Yeah, it would be a struggle for Williams to pick up his line and length early. Remember, he haven't had any bowl since yesterday after lunch, where he picked up those 2 quick wickets. I'm not too sure if this is the plight to have him bowl after every lunch session. But I'm somewhat amazed that, as you see, Graves there is taking rescue mission with the kitten.
Brave youngster, but he is a man who has a serious head on his shoulders, and he's a clown of the unit. So I'm sure he's intrigued to do that, taking off the kitten now. I'm not sure if it would follow him home this afternoon after having some interaction with him. You know how these things go.
Well, I think it is best that they put the kitten safe because it can take a good cover drive from Bechu. It is safer on the tent or in the camp there for the Leeward Islands. So that's the best place for the kitten to sit.
Well, we're not playing cat and mouse games here. It's cricket. It's about Williams. He's coming up to Bachu. This is a good delivery, just rising on the middle leg there, and he pushes it into the onside confidently as well. He looks as if he's getting ready to push on the scoring here with a day and 2 sessions remaining. It may be difficult to see an outright victory for any team here. So first innings honors is definitely going to be up for grabs, and maybe the ones that they'll be pushing for at this stage, Casnell.
Yes, and it will be quite a handful if they are to skittle out anytime before tea or during tea session. And as you said, the business here, this look more calculated. So we see a bit of haste, as we would say, in the running now from Ramlal. And this seems to be the approach now for Trinidad and Tobago, because you have to get to, if you're looking for first innings honors, you have to get up to a mammoth total enough that you could put the Leeward Islands on a back foot.
So Bachu again playing well off his part, some nice little wrist work there. It's been in the air a little bit, but that's a strong area. And once you stray onto those parts, he's going to take advantage. Williams to Bachu once more. This one he does the same thing. This authenticates what we just said. As he goes over the mid wicket, he gets 2 as it slows up on the boundary. Bachu moves up to 20. He's looking very positive, and the Trinidadians 159 for 5.
Williams should not be deterred by this onslaught of flick. As we see, the kitten comes back onto the field. What you should understand is that this is the last over before the new ball is available. And the captain will want is his bowlers is to get into their action quickly. Do you believe that it can have lost its way?
I'm wondering, because it's either it's familiar with somebody out there, or it's trying to get to traverse its way over to the river end. But it's Williams to Bachu once more. This is on the pass, but it's for a Yorker and delivery. He was shaping up again to go through that onside. But Williams is on top of the money here now, as he is trying to counteract this strong leg side play from Bachu. There's some discussion about the kitten. So it's now Walsh who's going to attempt to take it off. It may not be on your pictures, but Walsh, the brother of Hayden Walsh Jr., is now going to take it off. It's now, let's see what happens. So finally one of the grounds, or the scorers on the scoreboard is taking the cat off. And so
that's a cruel way to hold a kitten.
Well, it's not on the camera, so that's good. Oh my word, what an afternoon, what a day we've had at Cumberland. Rain, stoppages,
kitten stoppages,
well, all of that, all sorts of stoppages. Williams to Bachu though. And this was a great stroke, whipped over mid-wicket. This is going to go into the boundary. Bachu peppering the onside. Do not come on my pads, he's telling the bowler here. Really, really strong off those legs.
Yeah, and Bachu favor that Williams is going to come straighter. And once it goes straight, that ball is not swinging. So the feel as the batsman there is anticipating that ball to continue on its line down the left side. He's a left arm seam angling the ball into the left hander. So clearly it's going to take its natural angle. It's not swinging. So you see that ball is going to go down with the angle, and he just lent his weight forward and clearly make use of it.
Well, the new ball is about to be taken. We see the older one just tossed in front of us here, and going to be retrieved. Marking his run-up is Landerford. He's going to be coming from the river end. So a good move. I make it from the Leeward Islands, you believe?
Yes, you need to get quick wickets, and Captain realized that Landerford have got enough rest. Even though he have bowler spell this morning because of the rain interruption, he would have got enough rest to take up the attack, and I believe this will be shared by Edwards sooner or later. I'm not too sure.
Well, the only man who have troubled at all, Ramlal, is on the ball again. It's Landerford, and he is going to see if he can finally effect a dismissal. Ramlal is looking to score his first half century for this tournament. He's there on 45. The Leewards 163 for 5. This is a delivery driving uppishly through the covers. He gets one. They're going to look for a second. And Ramlal was looking for it, but his partner Bachu was not interested. And so Ramlal moves to 46. So it seems as if the management staff of the Trinidad and Tobago team may have spoken to the batters about the running between the wickets, because since they've come out, they've looked much more positive as it relates to that part of the game.
Clearly, and that is a good sign, because you notice that the game has been shortened by rain, and you want to be going out of this game, even if it is forcing in points, to have some points going out of the game. That will bring you in good contention. You never know, because I want to believe, I'm not too sure if other parts of the country where games are taking place is interrupted by rain. So you never know what could come out of these other games.
Landerford is striking the pad. I'm not sure if that's the case, but let's see if there's a signal. There is one now. Yes, his first delivery onto the pads of Bachu, but they have will manage to get through for a leg by 165, and quite honest, out of the paces that we've seen from the Leewards in this game, Landerford has been far above the rest in terms of him attacking and creating opportunities.
Of course, and he will continue to do that for the Leewards and need to do it. I'm somewhat concerned about the fielding position for Bishu. We have seen him play with Williams over the mid-wicket region a couple of times. Well, at least every time that ball was straightened and he got runs, and they have not plugged that area. So I would have placed a man in the mid-wicket area whenever Bishu is batting, because he favors, to me, that area with the ball angling into him.
Coming again is Landerford, pass umpire Crawford. This one is just under the body middle stump. He gets above it, he gets around and plays it neatly in front of him, a little slower off to the surface again. And so he needs to get into that right length where it would kiss the surface and skid off. That would help him a little bit more. Turns lanky fella again from St. Martin, down there with the youngsters, the young stars, rising stars team. He comes up now to Ramlal. Ramlal gets a delivery that he plays with a slightly horizontal bat as he tries to get on top of it, and could only manage to get it to the man coming in from the short cover position. So far so good with the new ball Landerford, but the Trinidadians have come out and much more positive since the luncheon interval. This is a good delivery, beating him outside the off stump there, into that corridor of uncertainty, and Landerford asking a serious question there. And again, I can make probably that's a fourth delivery that would have probably beaten Ramlal outside of the off stump.
I love the sensibility in which Landerford is bowling. He gave him a couple of short delivery and caused Ramlal to be on his back foot because that ball is new now. It's the first over for the new ball. So Ramlal will be looking for that ball being on just about on his back foot. So that delivery was pitched up and it caught Ramlal somewhat on his back foot and beaten outside. Excellent bowling there.
Well, the man who's been doing the bulk of the scoring since the restart is on strike. This is a Bachu. Really pleasant player off of his pads. And your question was not answered. There is no deep mid-wicket. And there is, however, a man at fine leg. 2 slips on a gully. Let's see what Williams does with the new ball. Umpire Trudeau ensuring that that Bachu gets his new guard.
Well, I believe the captain would not have opted for that mid-wicket because the ball is new. So he's expecting Williams to shape that ball away from the left-hander, sorry.
Well, this one he took off of the middle stump, it looks like, and that's an extremely good stroke into the corner area. Bachu has opened up. That was in his half, and he really played that beautifully.
Again, that mid-wicket region is going to be fundamental. Let us just see if Captain Tuckett is going to allow a fielder. There you see, there you go, signal goes out for a fielder to go out in the mid-wicket region. So, just as we call it, Roxell. The fielder goes
I
out
don't
to
agree with that move. I really don't. It's a defensive move with a new ball. I would attack the off stump and just outside off. And if he wants to take it from there into his strong area on the onside, that's different. But at this stage with the new ball, that's a very defensive move. May pay off, but let's see. So it's a better delivery on about off coming into the middle, and behind it with a very solid bat is a Bachu. He's on 28, and he has been really positive and aggressive since the restart. That area, middle and leg, he's very strong, and he now prepares to face again from Williams.
I would continue going that middle and leg region. Let me see how much you are going to take me on there because it's a new ball.
Well, this is whipped away behind square all along the ground. He gets one. He's turning and looking for the second. Landerford picks up quickly and gets it into the gloves of Tuckett, but continue to impress, especially on his off his pads, is Bachu. 170, 170 for 5. So this partnership is building and building well. Williams now with offer up to Ramlal. It's been there ages now. As we see the police transport coming across. Not sure if they're coming for you, Casnell.
And what grounds, Roxell?
I'm not sure. You're here talking all sorts of stuff all day, so you probably have disturbed the listeners and the viewers. So they filed a complaint.
I get you. I'm sure that the Commissioner of Police is watching. He's a very avid supporter of the sport, as along with the Deputy Commissioner. So, in the likely event, they would have asked him to be returned to work. So, I I don't think it's anything offensive.
All right, let's hope now. Williams, this time to Ramlal outside the off stump and leaving it again on length and line. Ramlal, really a good player, and he knows where his stumps are and he knows when he has to play and when he can leave. And he's been leaving a lot of them. You really have to be on the stumps in order for him to play.
Right. As you see, this new ball, I like the shape that he's getting across to Ramlal. Ramlal is not too keen on playing shots per se.
He whips this off of the pads. It's going down to the man at wide. Fine luck. Gets a single. Moves to 47. And the Trinidadians move to 171. As it looks as if we may be in for another shower. So start and stop there at the Cumberland playing field, and possibly all across in Vincent, because they were forecast for some showers since yesterday.
Yes, and we are within that season where we will have these occasional showers.
This is good bowling here now from Landford. Outside the off stump with some pace, and probably the fastest of the bowlers we've seen using the surface, and this is what he has to do with a little moisture on top, let it kiss the surface and nip off. But he has to make the batsman play. And so he's turning, waiting for the ball to get to his hands. On 47, 3 shy of a well-deserved half century is Ramlal. This one is gone! He's gone! Taking a great catch again is, oh my God, Graves, the only man who have troubled Ramlal, has taken his cap. He was dropped off of him in the 4th over in the game, but he has come back and has dismissed the man who has troubled the Leeward Islands all since yesterday.
Well, what a difference the new ball makes. Well played 47 for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He should be proud of himself in that knock. Not only proud of himself, but the Trinidad and Tobago team would have been appreciative of his 47. And not to take it away, good axe there from London Fort. He's been knocking at that door, and I will give further analysis about that. But yes, a very good wicket at this time.
And the man of the moment, the man who had him in trouble, the only person that seemed to have had the answer for what he was offering, just about that area, that uncertain area where he had to play, pitched up and just slightly moving away, skidding off the surface. And the man who's been taking some good catches, I mean, he has taken some really good catches for the Leeward Islands throughout the entire tournament. Graves did not make a mistake.
Excellent delivery. As you rightly said, that delivery was swinging away from it's a new ball, and we anticipated that. London Fort will be hype at this time.
Good delivery early up to Orlando James. This is a Tobagonian. Joshua James. Okay, so it's Joshua James. He has replaced Ramlal. And on the money there with a full length delivery is London Fort. He has his tail up. As you said, it was a good decision to take the new ball. Has brought the reward very, very early.
What I like about that delivery, and we made mention about how Ramlal, he played well. He played very, very well. We cannot take that away. But the width, that width again, where he's playing away from his body, and we made mention of it. If you have a faster bowler angling a ball away from him, by the time he comes down with that vertical bat, he doesn't have much movement. You understand? His foot movement is very small, and the width that he tried to reach the ball with, and with that new ball angling away, always will have created a doubt. Hence the reason why Captain Tuckett kept his second slip and kept his gully for the new ball, and it reward.
I totally agree. London Fort to Joshua James. This is whipped into the mid-wicket area. It looks as if he's a strong player as well. London Fort has bowled 3 very full deliveries to him. And Let's see what he offers up now. Joshua James from the north of Trinidad and Tobago, student of the St. Mary's College, and would have played for the Flamingos in in that Fund Cup. This is yes, he now comes down with a short delivery, watches it go by, and a right-arm fast bowler. He is now asked to put a partnership together with Mr. Bachu.
Yes, as you see, Landford now is picking up a momentum. He's more energetic those last two deliveries, and you see that's what he wants. He wants something to bring the impetus to the innings, and you cannot blame him for that, And now he have got the reward. It's surely showing success.
So it's another shower coming across. The umpires are still keeping the game going. Let's see, it's with Williams. Williams coming to Bachu. And this is a short delivery rising disconcertingly to Bachu, falling just short of the man Walsh. Now the umpires call for the ball. Now there's going to be interruption. Now the groundsmen are going to be pulling the covers on. We are in for another interruption as the rains come from the valley from which Casnell said, once you see it's white up there, snowing, almost snowing, looks as if it's snowing, there's definitely going to be showers in our direction.
Of course, and you see the attitude coming off the game. They are now in a hype because they have gotten a wicket. They have gotten one of the mainstay for the Trinidad and Tobago team, and they would be happy with that. And clearly, they have put themselves back into game. Not that they have gone. Trinidad is in a bad position, 170 for 6. We're going into this rain interval again. But they will be satisfied that Ramlal, they're in the back of Ramlal more in the dressing room than out in the wicket.
Definitely. So with the period of play we've had since, they've moved from 150 to 171 for 6, 150 for 5, 171 for 6. Ramlal, let's speak a little about him. He batted since yesterday. He seems to have been given a job to make sure that he anchors the innings. Was not troubled by anyone else other than Landford. An excellent effort in terms of the context of the game. Someone who has the temperament, is solid. Some work to be done on the technique, possibly as per usual. We still have to do some work on the youngsters, but his effort was much more than commendable.
Much more commendable and appreciated for Trinidad and Tobago. When he started to bat yesterday, you could have seen this the solidifying statement that he's going to put there to say, listen, I am here to play, I'm here to bat. Things were happening around him. He was not perturbed. And there you see that he took the innings, as we would say, the ball by the horn, and he really made that innings count. 47, he did not went on to get his 50. Very surprising. But even his attitude towards batting, he wanted to bat for a long period and stay there. Unfortunately, Langford was the only annoying person that was hitting on his door, constantly knocking. And you see where Langford gave him a couple of short ball in the early morning session this morning. Langford actually experimented him and see what he's made of. And once Langford was able to get that new ball, it was always going to speak trouble for him.
Start and stop day here at the Cumberland playing field, and I believe it may be the same at the other venues as we continue to give you live footage of the under 19 cricket. Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 Championship, and we are coming to you live from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're at Cumberland. We will be back with you after a short break.
So, welcome back to the Cumberland playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have the CWI on the 19 Rising Star Cricket Tournament, where Trinidad and Tobago, they are taking on the Leeward Islands. We had a couple rain interruption and was briefly interrupted there again by the rain, but the ground staff has worked assiduously to get the covers off quickly as possible to get some sort of play again. So we see that Trinidad and Tobago taking back the field. They're 170 into their 81st over for 6, 170 for 6. They have lost the mainstay in that of Ramlal. He went for 47 just before the rains came down. Not a heavy shower, just a passing cloud. And he was the one who really catapulted that innings for Trinidad and Tobago since yesterday morning. And he went earlier on. We have Roxell, who is still with us. And he has just went and enjoyed some of the delicacies here at Cumberland. And I've seen him matching here with his big bowl and a red cup. And as Williams, he will take up back the attack to Bechu. So there you have it. So Bechu, who has played a couple balls in that mid-wicket region, has gotten that area plugged now by Captain Tuckett. There's a man at deep mid-wicket and one at short mid-wicket. So they are asking Bechu to continue with any hint of straight delivery to play in that area. So 170 for 6 as Bechu is on 28. A short delivery. So off the mark there for Bechu. Now brings Joshua Dreams into the strike, right-hander for Trinidad and Tobago. James haven't faced much deliveries. 171. So 172. Sorry, 172 for 6.
James. 29. 30.
Oh, quality cricket shot there by James. Can't pass Graves, who have taken that spectacular catch in the second slip to remove Ramlal. Ramlal was exquisitely nagged, I would say, because we have not given the kudos to Landerford, but he was nagged constantly by Landerford, and he had no resistance but to just got one that was wide and down the leg side this time by Williams. Past the keeper, the run through. Should be a bye, signaled by the umpire now. Yes, confirmed. Roxell, see you enjoying some delicacies here at Cumberland. Luckily that the rain came.
Yes, I had to get some nourishment so that we could continue this afternoon. And there's a lady out there, she's from Guyana, and she lives in St. Vincent and cooking like a Trinidadian.
Interestingly, that sounds more chili pepper-like.
Yes, definitely. And I was just about finishing up when I saw the guys getting ready to to get back onto the field.
Well, now that you have done some name calling to territories, this one's pushed down to mid-on, sorry. I've been roughed up by my friends in St. Lucia who say that they hear me shouting persons from all over. So good afternoon to the people down there in Vieux-Fort, St. Lucia, and my friends in Dennery, and my friends up there in Grosile. I have a couple of friends in Jackmel as well.
Strange that they're looking at this stream and not the Windward stream. Well,
I'm not too sure why they have logged into this stream per se. Roxel. But since you want to put me on this spot, I can't answer why.
I guess they're following good commentary. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, they're following cricket.
Yes, good cricket. All right, so Slanderford. He's been a successful bowler today for the Leeward Islands, and he's gonna try to dislodge another. It is Joshua James, the man from north of Trinidad. He is gonna take strike. He's looked solid and positive as well. This one is in the block hole. He drives back a full pitch delivery and can't get past Landerford in his follow through. He leaves it there now for Nathan Edwards to do some work. The new ball has reaped the success, and they would want to use it to ensure that they get as many wickets as possible. But James doesn't seem to be a rabbit with the bat at all.
No, we've seen a couple of deliveries that he has played with a straight back. So clearly it tells you that he's competent to do some work. Straight bat again coming down. Looks somewhat of what we call a low order batsman stroke, with the high elbow.
Well, he was out there quite early as well.
Yes, high elbow and straight back leg. So it's okay. It's doing well so far. Still, that 2 slips has been deployed, and the gully is a point, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
That's a good delivery, but equal to the task there is James, leaving it at the outside the off stump. And so what we've seen is Landerford has been looking to pull bowl 2 or 3 deliveries full of a length, and then he pulls the length back and into that area. So we might be looking at a short rising one, or just one outside the off stump again, a little closer to the batsman, based on what we've seen before. James is going to take strike again. Yeah, this is a short rising one, just this time on the leg stump a bit, and he turns it into the onside. Comes off the glove, says umpire Trudeau as he signals to his partner. And so James is off the mark, and that brings a very loud applause from his teammates up here. So I don't know what that means. That means probably he would have, that's one of 100. Or one of not many that he has been scoring. Not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't normally know local circles here. If a low order batsman comes off the mark, they will tell him jovially to raise his bat, signaling maybe after 50 or 100.
Right. So that's what they do with you all the time, I guess.
No, Roxel.
Oh, okay. So you're not a low order batsman.
No,
you're
no.
a class batsman.
I pride myself as a competent.
You're quite competent.
Yes.
Okay. So middle order, competent of a hole in your own, just as James has been requested to do here. On strike now is Bachu. And he is going to face up from Landerford. He has 1 slip and a gully. And he drives neatly back to mid-off. A good sound of the bat and good position of the head as he comes forward there. A bright helmet cannot be missed at all. Bright red color. That is very prominent.
Yeah, with the Trinidad and Tobago team, red, white, and black. Talking about Trinidad and Tobago, they will be celebrating the independence, the 60th anniversary of independence, 31st of October of August. This one is whipped again through that mid-wicket region. They get 1. They will settle for 1. So yes, the 31st of this month, October here, the 60th anniversary. So Congratulations to the people of Trinidad and Tobago on their anniversary of the 60th anniversary of independence. They have really shown some resilience and strength throughout the time.
Yes, all of the nations in the Caribbean, as they try to go it on their own, so to speak. Some republics coming up now, and more countries seem to be quite interested in going that way. So we'll see how that pans out. This game is on a very, very at a very, very interesting stage at this point. 175. Trinidad would definitely be looking to get as far up as 250 possibly from here. That they will do well to get there. The Leewards would be making sure, trying to make sure that they do not get past the 200 mark. And there's another bowling change. Williams has been relieved of his duties, and at this stage it's Nathan Edwards. He's going to take the new ball.
We have seen an adjustment. They have moved that man from deep mid wicket because of Edwards being brought into the attack. Edwards is more of a off stump line bowler than Williams, who was bowling more straighter.
This one is for pitch outside the off stump, and Bachu did not have to play. He remarks his guard and gets his head together as he prepares to face up from Edwards again. Edwards would want to get into the wicket taking habit now. He's not been successful in this game, I don't think. Let's make sure that we got that right. Yes, he got one wicket. Yes, did get one wicket, the very early wicket, and so he's looking for a second scalp. And this one is pitched up again on the off stump and shaping to play into the onside. It was Bachu, but eventually plays it down straighter than he had shaped, and possibly trying to feed him in that area again.
Yes, I wish we had the technology of comparing both batsmen in terms of Ramlal and Bachu, but we are not. However, if we look at the bat angle of Bachu, or Bachu, sorry for the pronunciation if I'm getting it wrong there, we know that Bachu is bringing down that bat face much straighter than where Ramlal was bringing him from more of a second slip, first slip area, and close at its point of contact. He's bringing it straight on to get somewhat of a close bat face contact. This now with Bachu, he's bringing it from more like over his shoulder and meeting it directly. So he's able to play the ball much straighter and much closer to him. And instead of have to provide that gap between his front foot and meeting the ball. With Ramlal, he was playing somewhat away from his body because of that vertical bat, that horizontal bat that's coming down from the second slip region to meet the ball. So there's always that gap between, and that is why I believe Landerfoot had the best of him.
Oh, that's a good analysis there, Cosnell, and the last two deliveries from Edwards just outside the off. So I'm trying to induce Bachu to make an injudicious stroke outside the off stump. It's not been successful so far, but it's Nathan Edwards again, this time from the commentary booth, and passes umpire Trudeau. And this one is on the pads, area where he's very strong, and neatly turned away down to the man who is at wide fine leg position, so to speak. He moves on to 32. 32 is Bachu, and the Trinidadians 176 for 6. Drives. This is James on the attack, but can't beat the man on the mid off, and ends the over. James still looks positive. It looks as if he gets in for a little bit, he can really take the task to the bowlers.
Yes, he shows some competence there. Clearly, I believe one of the reasons too why he was selected for this game is his competence in the low order as well. He plays for his local clubs, and he enjoys his cricket. And he made mention. I had a little small chat with him. He said he enjoy competition as well, even if he's playing a little backdoor cricket. He never liked to lose. So clearly, he's showing that resistance and that competence of want to bat there.
All right, so Landerford, the man who's been able to bring some reward to Trinidad, to the Leewards today. Bachu, who has been batting well, especially from the off his pads, facing up from Landerford. This one, hitting the outside portion of the bat. They're looking for a single. Would not be such a good idea. And so Williams recovers as there was a slight misfield. A little damp the outfield may have been as he slipped a bit there. So batch 132. And another overcast afternoon here at the Cumberland playing field. This one is down the leg side. There's a hands-on heads from both keeper and bowler. I'm not sure if the leg stump was exposed, or maybe hoping to have taken an edge. I don't think that might happen because he's playing really well off his pads, and that might not be the area that you want to pepper.
I think what's the plan here is to continue to have Bachu falling over. He's walking in, yes, and he favors that leg side. So what they're trying to do is either they're trying to set him up and let him expose that leg stump. He have been out a couple of times in his career, having spoken to him. He said a couple of times he have been bowled around his leg. So he's aware of that. He knows that he have that issue of walking across. And clearly, being the smart bowler that Landerford is, he have already picked that up. And you see that one with the hand on head kind of anticipation passed very close to the leg stump.
Well, a lot of bottom hand, because even his drives go on to the onside. Let's see what happens here. He has a short delivery. This is Landerford at his best, and he's asking a question there of Bachu. He played it well in the end, but you can see that he was in some discomfort, not comfortable. And so let's see what Landerford would offer again. So a lot of bottom hand in his stroke play. Really good off his all off of the legs. Get some more support from his players as rigorously shining the ball is Landerford coming from the river end. This one is a good delivery. This is excellent bowling here by Landerford. Taking the bat away at the last minute and offering and asking some questions here of Bachu.
Excellent delivery. Bachu got a little one that roughed him up a bit with the previous delivery. So this one was outside the arse stump. So he was there already looking to play back and caught between a rock and a hard place of playing forward or playing back.
A lot of rocks down here and hard places down here as well, so I'm not sure if he's going to weather that storm. But it's Landerford into Bachu this time. A shot again, and he plays it airily onto the onside. And there's some oohs and ahs going up, but it didn't travel far enough. The over comes to an end. The Trinidad and Tobago continue to battle here. They are 176 for 6.
So Nathan Edwards, he will take up the attack here from the Comanche boot end. Joshua James doing battle for the under 19 Trinidad and Tobago team. You call them the literate forces. I believe there's an under 15, so they are not that literate forces. You call them intermediate red forces.
One of these, this is a Sunday where Maracas Bay is filled with people. That's what you'd have been doing if you were down that side, Casnell.
I would have more gone to Chin City Mall, enjoy the cuisine, do some shopping, enjoy a movie town, and or even go on somewhere to enjoy some cricket, maybe Queen's Park and everything.
Shouting up the people down at Shiguanas, some good friends of mine in that area. As James moves on to 2, the Trinidadians 177 for 6, inching slowly but surely up to that 200 mark, and that would be a mark they would be comfortable and happy with for sure. Again, remember they were reeling at 54 for 3, 53 for 4, that is, let's get it right, 53 for 4. So a good recovery since then. And Bachu has been one of the men who have orchestrated that. He's on strike now from Nathan Edwards. Bachu, the man from East Trinidad and Tobago. Or East Trinidad, let's put it that way. As Nathan Edwards tries to get his field in the right position, there's now a short mid-wicket and a man at cover, man at point. Backward point as well as he comes in now to bowl to Bishu. This is on the pads again. Every time he's had the opportunity to play off his pads, he looks very compact and very comfortable, real classy on that side of the wicket, and he moves up to 33.
Yeah, the finesse of a left-hander comes into play there, the little wrist. He plays it very late. So his weight transition is important whenever he's falling over. He have to be careful because we have seen a couple of times where Edwards set up the batsman for that LBW. We have seen where Ethan Gibson had fell victim to him for the Windward in the first game, and where he got him LBW falling over. So he normally swings that ball into the left hand and gets it straightened.
This is a good stroke. It's a positive stroke from James back on the onside, and sounds and of the bat sweet, but can't beat the man Mackenzie at mid-on. And those of you football fans, Manchester City, they dropped some points today, boss.
It appears that you're on a rampage to disturb a lot of fans.
Nathan Edwards to Joseph. Oh my God, that's a tremendous stroke. It's gone. Is it? No, it's 4 runs, but he was in position quickly and smacked that away back with a square for 4. James looks like he's a powerhouse here, and he definitely demonstrated that in that ball.
Yeah, that's a great shot. No nonsense kind of shot. Clearly, James is not going to have none of that from Edwards. He's tall. He's a tall lad. So for Edwards to get up there, he has to actually dip deep in his pocket, as I will say, or bend his back so that he could get that ball up to James at a good bouncer. But it's a very good shot there.
Yeah, well, to give some consolation to the Man City fans, they actually came back from 3-1 down. This is in the air. He's going to be caught. Yes, he's caught. Nathan Edwards getting the victory at the end. A slow delivery, it looks like, as well. He was through the shot and popping up there on the onside. Looks like Malik Walsh doing the business. And so another wicket falls after a really pleasant shot from James.
Yes, unfortunately, I think with this one, it was a slow ball there from Edwards. A sensible bowling there from Edwards. Doesn't take it away from the quality of Edwards from his previous delivery, but it's a good follow-up, and he will plug Mackenzie again in that area. Mackenzie seems to be an annoying fielder, being all over the park. Walsh it is.
Right, so getting among the wickets here is Nathan Edwards. He's got picked up his second scalp, and the Leewards are possibly looking to wrap up this innings, but the Trinidadians will continue to fight. They have shown some resilience all 2 days of of this game so far. Still there's Bachu on 33, but they've lost wicket number 7, 178. 178 for 7. 182, all right. So we're way behind here. Oh yes, I didn't score that 4. That's correct. We were taken aback with that beautiful shot. So let's not take that 4 away. So it's 182, 182, 182 for 7. So it's Ricardo Chase. He has joined Bachu. He's not on strike at this stage. So. Just missing the score that 4 that was scored. That was scored there by James. 182 for 7. 182 for 7. As it's actually Chase is going to take strike. I see they have asked the batters to change ends.
So it brings back Beshu on strike. Landerfort will somewhat enjoy the last set of spells that he will have here. He knows that now he's more deeper into the tail of the innings. So
it's Landerford. Umpire Crawford is giving some instructions to the batsman. So here we go again. Landerford to Bachu. This one is wide outside the off. Some signal wide as well by the umpire. Score moves on to 183. 183 for 7. Plugging away slowly but surely the Leeward Islanders, as the Trinidadians have really put up some resistance since that early part of the innings.
yes, you asked a question earlier on about what does a break does to you, and clearly you've seen it. They have lost a couple of wickets since they have come back from the break. This one is drived outside, coming down to third man. It would not get to the boundary, so they come back for two more to the total there. And this is something that a rain break couldn't do to an innings. Beecher and Ramlal, they really did very well before the rains, and then just after the resumption of the rain, here we are seeing that they have lost 2 wickets in quick succession. So Leeward Islands really getting back into the innings. Good axe there as Landerford continued to annoy the batsman. This one is left it outside the off stump. And, there's no threat there in terms of Beshu. Life on the northwestern side, very lush green. Oh,
Well, Bachu has been more attacking outside that area now. It seems as if he's probably been given the license to to push it on and try to get as many as they possibly can. He's there on 35. He would like to get a half century at least, and Trinidadians would be looking to push up to 200. Lander Fort has been really getting a bit of assistance from the surface. Has been skidding off for him, and once he gets it in the right areas, he can be a bit to handle as he has proven so far in this game. So short rising delivery, Batch was on top of it and just punches it out to the man who's coming in from point.
Yeah, and he's hitting the bat very hard. Yes, Landleford's hitting the bat very hard. And good shot left. He's testing the Trinidadian batsmen. He's not giving them any width to play their shots. Since he resumed from the rain, he haven't conceded much from him. So clearly he has his own work cut out, and he's been doing that very effectively.
This one's a good delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Bachu. He's gone back to his conventional style outside the off stump there. This is testing cricket here. Testing cricket. Testing not only as it relates to having to work hard for your runs or work hard for your wickets, but also testing because the conditions have been asking of the players to keep their focus, to keep have the styles and concentrations going, because the rain has come on a few occasions. This one, he's deliberate. This is a deliberate shot. This is a deliberate shot between third man, between the gully and slip, and we must say that was well played because it was deliberate.
Yes, you clearly see the angling of the bat, the open face, and it was full and wide outside our stump, and he got his knee down, halfway down, to play that shot, and that was an excellent cricket shot. Gap finding at its best.
Gap finding at its best, it says Carsnell. So the score moves on to 189. 189. Bachu is nearing. I don't want to say that because the last time I said that, they had a dismissal. So Bachu's on 39. Bachu's in 39, and he continues to put the runs on the board for Trinidad.
Yes, I'm not too sure if it's a commentator's chorus, but it appears to me that frightening 50s and 100s seems to get these batsmen intimidated, and they somewhat lose their way when they are close to that area. But
Nathan Edwards, this time to chase, who drives uppishly into the covers, coming around and doing the fielding there. Looks like Mr. Graves. They were looking for a single that wasn't on, and so no damage done.
well, the thing is with Chase there, he wants to get off the mark as you're playing for your country. You want to make sure that you get one on the board. But Beshu, who's been there doing the bulk of the work, realized that, listen, these are good feelers. Mackenzie have to not catch. Mackenzie have been in the action, so do not trust him. So, but Chase, he lived to see Edwards again.
A full delivery on the off stump. He drives it all the way down to Palmer here on mid-off. Also looks a similar style to that of Joshua James.
Yes, Ivy Stroke, these lower batsmen would tend to walk down and say, I could have cabbed you over. And these are fast bowlers you would want to believe, because he's very tall and lanky, in his look from here. He have gotten his kit a bit dirty from that diving effort to return home.
This one he pulls away. That's gone all the way. Does it? Yes. That's a magnificent six. Oh my word! Another from the lower the batsman here. He is telling me, listen, that's not where you bowl. That's a bad delivery, and it was hammered away back on the square for six.
That's a calculated shot, and to describe that shot for you. Is one of the shots that you would not even expect from a low order batsman in terms of standing tall and still getting it correct. There are two men on the back fence there. That's what made that shot so exquisite. There are two men placed there for that same pull shot, and he was able to calculate it with proper precision and angles. I believe he's a top math student. I don't know. He have to be doing well with geometry, and he got it precisely. Not even the man that was at deep square was able to move.
Well, he's from Presentation College, and the late Cowlessa, I would have worked with him a few years as Nathan Edwards comes in, a good delivery, pitched up on the off stump. He nudges it out into covers and gets a single. Chase moves to 7. The Trinidad and Tobago inch closer to that 200 mark, 196. But that was an excellent stroke from that batsman there, Chase, and it looks as if he can shape up to also be an aggressive batsman when given the chance.
I would take the risk this time, Roxelle, and say I've been watching the Trinidadians play from since yesterday. That's the best shot I've seen. That's the best shot I've seen. He, with confidence, with poise and everything, placed into that great shot there.
This over pitch delivery goes through the man coming at point. They're gonna look for a single. I think he was unsighted there a bit, and so stood in the middle. Eventually completed a single, 197. Bachu now moves to the 40s. He's on 40. He is on 40. And so that's the end of the over. 197 for 7. 197 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago.
Having spoken to Chase, he made mention that he's from Rio Claro, as Trinidadians will say, and he have played for Trinidad and Tobago on a 15 level, represent Trinidad and Jamaica at that time, and now he's playing for the under 19. So clearly he has some pedigree in terms of his cricketing background. He said that his intention is more so to go on and play for the senior team, play the Premier Division, and be, see if he can really put his hands up for citing no injuries, and go on to see how far he can take his cricket.
This is a good delivery, back of a length, and coming into the left-hander. Again, Bachu comfortably behind it and plays it on to the offside, and looking to rehearse a batsman type drive is Chase on the other end. He looks as if he's one that would enjoy his batting once he gets in.
I will tell you this, Roxelle, as a person who have bat couple low order position before, you never deem yourself as a tail ender. You always see yourself and you pride yourself as someone who is competent. So even my good friend, one of my batting mate, Romero Bibi, he will always find confidence in playing a couple of strokes. And what you want as a low order batsman is just the force run, and it gives you that hype of confidence as if you're batting since yesterday. So yes, Beshu is there a long time, but Chase should not feel as if Beju alone could outrun him. He should be confident, but he should respect that Beju have been there for a long time, and he have to be accounted to Beju.
Back on the spot, there's land the foot again. A good delivery, and equal to the task once more is Bachu. And see, you just said you have had a few innings with Romario Bibi. That means you bat very low in the order, because I know Romario comes at 10 and 11. Just saying.
No. Let me clarify that. That is so because different version of the game requires My service. This one is
One
cut.
is over the man at Gully again being aggressive out there. He's been given the wit and he took it and has played well over played it well over the Gully, the man at Gully. He moves to 44. The chairs go up as the Trinidadians move into the 200. They're 201 for 7, and this is a pleasant recovery.
Sure bet they will be at much better peace of mind. Being in a position that was very precarious and vulnerable for a lower total. So they have really come back into the game and have really mustered a good total now that could make Leeward Islands bat at least once. So it's very interesting for Trinidad and Tobago now to tally on to see if they could get to 250 and get some bonus points.
He gets behind it again and pushes it into point. He was looking for a single, but against it was Chase, and he was struck inadvertently by the return. Chase doesn't seem to be happy. And I guess he'll have something to say about that when he gets the ball in hand because he's a fast bowler.
As a matter of fact, Watts is an opening batsman.
So, what? Business on when did we get a chance?
Yeah, I believe that is one thing I know for a fact. That pace bowler always remember these things.
Well, that was inadvertent. His back was turned and he was obviously trying to... He had advanced out of his crease, so he's actually trying to see whether he can effect a run out. It's land the foot this way to Bachu again outside the off stump and left alone this time. Not choosing to go through the slip and the gully on this occasion. The over comes through and then 201 for 7 Trinidad and Tobago. And we have Bachu there on 44? Yeah. Batch 144, we had 47 from Ramlal, and they have been the mainstays of the inning so far. Is a full toss driven into the point area. Can't beat. Looks like Williams coming around there, and he picks up cleanly on this occasion. Lengths and lines have been a bit inconsistent for Nathan Edwards in this game, but he has still picked up 2 wickets so far. It's been hard work because a lot of these youngsters have not played this length of cricket for a while. Haven't played cricket because we're just back out of this COVID scenario, so to speak. Some of us countries, as it is, would have started playing cricket again since January. Oh, this is a delivery that actually stayed a little low, but he was behind it as he went back and plays it into the cover region. I really like the song of the bat, and that shot for 6, that pull shot for 6 was evident that the meat is really sweet and he can actually do some batting.
Today's Sunday, you can't be talking about meat.
Meat of the bat.
Right, okay.
Middle of the bat.
Very well.
Okay.
You get me in a position where I feel to enjoy some delicacy. Great running, excellent running.
A slow delivery this time, and it is nudged into the offside. Gets a single, 202, and Chase moves on to 8.
Yeah, I like Chase's approach since they have come to the crease. Yeah, he seems businesslike and knows what he's about. He also made mention that he loves his cricket, and this tells you because his approach, he assessed the game. He's running between the wicket. We didn't even see that when Ramlal was batting, especially earlier with Rambaran, and now this look more of a business-like back end where they are looking to get at any opportunity for a 1.
One about the middle and off again is Nathan Edwards asking Bachu to drive. He drove, but just on the onside. Now rehearsing a stroke with the elbow cocked, as you would teach from the, I was gonna say the whichever book, but there's so many manuals now to teach the basics of cricket from. This one he whips away. That is gonna close to the mid-wicket boundary. Bounces once, twice into the boundary for 4. Bachu moves 48, and a really good stroke again into his strength, and again making use of that.
Yes, I've watched Edwards' approach there. He appears to be very tired. He's been playing 2-3 runs as the leading bowler. As a captain, you have to assess, and I'm not saying that he's tired that he can't bowl anymore. What I'm saying, you have to give him short spells now. He have already done his work with the new ball. You're looking for a second wicket. Nothing is wrong with bringing on a spin or bringing on Palmer or bringing on Williams again. Let them have another spell.
So it's a better delivery outside, or some area where he's not that strong, and he decides to leave it alone. And really batting well here, Bachu taking on the mantle since the departure of Ramlal. Trinidad and Tobago 206 for 7.
So London Fort to continue as with Chase. First time he will be facing up to Chase. Had he hit that, Chase would have been walking back.
And a good reaction by Landaford. The man, he always seems to be in his cricket, and that was a good attempt. But again, stretching back there quickly. I'm not sure if we
Stretching?
Well, I don't know.
Diving.
Diving. Well, I wasn't even sure what
As a matter
happened.
of fact, he nearly flew back.
But guess what? He's back. He's safe. There has not been any danger. The danger has been averted, so to speak. Landaford into his game. He's really looking as if he's enjoying himself now. He comes up this time to Chase. Chase is pulling it back past the bowler over his head. He's going to get one. Looking for a second. Yes, he looks at the ball a little longer and then comes down. He moves on to 10 and the score to 208 for 7. 208 for 7. So 250 on the cards. Let's just remind the listeners and the viewers. Coming into this round of matches, Trinidad and Tobago were on 6.8 points. Now, 12 points, an outright win. There are some batting points, there are some bowling points. Possibly 16 points, 20. That would take them up to 26. So they would like to get above Guyana because it seems as if the Leeward Islands may be at this stage unassailable because it doesn't seem as if they can lose a point.
Clearly not. And they have gotten 200, I believe 250 add more points, batting points. So they should be looking for that 250. They should not look for a loss. Still a whole day to go. And, cricket is a game of glorious and serious uncertainties. I would not like to see Trinidad lose. Trinidad would not like to see them lose. Leeward Islands would want them to lose. Leeward Islands, on the other hand, would not want to lose. I would not want Leeward Islands to lose as well. So I want to see competitive cricket, but somebody at the end of the day would want to get some result. And you're seeing that attitude towards Chase at the crease is showing that he's willing to move on with the total and move on quickly. Because he has been there. As you see, they have now moved a man back for that pull shot, conventional feelers, one at deep square and a fine leg. So clearly he will be set up with a short ball, maybe in the 4th or 5th delivery or even the last one.
Let's see what happens. Landaford to Chase. This one is pitched up on the off stump. Drives it through the covers. He's going to get a single. He moves to 11. And Trinidad and Tobago 209. So if you missed it when we gave you the points table before the start of this round, to Barbados they're on 38.4 points. The Leeward Islands 25.6. Jamaica 21. Guyana 19.8. The Windwards 11.2. And Trinidad and Tobago 6.8.
Clearly, they need to get some points. They need not only batting points or bowling points. They have to, if they're going to bat in this game, they have to bat a lot to get to see if they can skittle out. This one is whipped off the legs and going out. It will not get to the boundary. It will just balloon and give that. God brings up the 50 for Bachu. A well-needed 50 and a welcome one.
Well, he has it's a well-deserved 50. He has been really prolific, especially on the onside. If you look at that chart, you will see, I'm sure, half, if not more than half of the chart score with the run scored on the onside. Once you bowl on his legs, he's going to whip them away. He's going to pepper you there. But he has come and has taken the responsibility since the loss of Ramlal, and a well-deserved half century.
Well played. Very unfortunate that Ramlal did not went on to get a 50, but this is a welcome one for Trinidad and Tobago. He will be pleased with his effort, and clearly, he himself and Ramlal have really brought things back for Trinidad and Tobago into a competitive area.
Right, so 211 for 7, 211 for 7. Chase is on 11, 50, half century here for that is Bachu. And ringing the changes there, the Sinkits team. Well, the team from the Leeward Islands, sorry. As we have Williams back on the ball.
Just as I mentioned, because it was just looking a bit tired, and you have Williams who have caused a couple of problems for Trinidad and Tobago. Now we are seeing those two fielders going back on the left side, fine leg and deep square. There's a mid wicket, mid on, mid off, mid wicket cover point. There's a cover point. Man on the sweeper boundary there. So good bowling, good thinking. Sorry, from the bowler to have his field set like this.
It's a good start as well on the stumps, and asking a tall Chase to come behind it. That he does. He walks away, and now he's gonna think about the next delivery. So the Leeward Islands, this would be the second game that they will be looking at a first innings total of 200 and change. They also had that against the Windward Islands. So one is a whipped turned off the pads. It's going to go down to the final area. Keeper Tuckett is behind it, and they are going to complete 2. So Chase moves up to 13. Trinidad and the Trinidad and Tobago team are moving forward very, very swiftly now. They are 213 for 7, and the scoring has caught up very, very quickly. It's much more positive. They're running between the wickets, and they are piling up some runs at a more rapid pace than before.
Very much so. Very much so. I will get the stats to you in terms of the first 100 when Ramlal was there. As a matter of fact, the first 150 in contrast to the next 6-year others. So this one is short.
It's in the air. Let's see. Is slipping there is the fielder coming off of the boundary that looks like Williams, but pulling again into the mid-wicket area. It would have fallen in front of him because he had some work to do to get around, and the surface is a little damp on that end as well. So that would have been safe anyway. So Chase moves to 15, 215 the score. he is being positive. I believe Chase and James may have some sort of genes because they look very similar in their stroke play. Stance at the wicket as well. This one he leaves out at the outside the off stump as it's pushed across him. And the Leeward Islands now will be wondering whether or not where they're going to get the next wicket, or whether or not the decision to bowl first would have been the best. They're going to have to work hard. The Trinidadians have definitely worked hard to pull themselves into a very good position at this stage.
Excellent position. And the Leeward Islands should not feel as if it is done and dusted. This is what you would expect from low order. They will hang around a bit. They will give you that odd boundary. They will give you those odd twos and threes. So you have to be patient, and clearly your patience will pay off. You cannot get overly aggressive, and in the quest of doing that, you give away a lot of runs, because quickly you could see that 215 turns into 250, 275, and clearly takes the game away from you.
All right, so we are quite close to the T interval. I make it.
Roxelle, you've been talking about a lot of males since you come back here. I wonder why. You could go close to the beach and catch a couple of fish. This one he attempt to pull and misses, and you'll be very. I believe you'll be quite successful. There's a lot of hope at the Cumberland beach there. Guys are there fishing on a daily basis. So I believe you're a man who are always prepared for the inevitables. I believe you have like a fishing line in your bag. If you don't have, I could ask a couple of my friends who are nearby to bring you a line. And
well, I'm in the country. I'm in the countryside. I'm on the leeward end of the country, and it's about food. It's about vegetation. It's about fruit. So tea, lunch, snack. Those are words that we use around cricket all the time. To make sure that your energy levels are still high. So that's basically what I'm doing.
Yeah, you know that this side of the country is known more for oranges around these times. But due to the volcanic eruption, a lot of the trees have been affected greatly. Many other fruit trees have been affected. So they are more so in the recovery stage, and you will not get much of the fruit trees blooming as they normally should be. Golden apples, so I believe sugar apples. These are things we just come out of the mango season. So to see this one by Palmer. Palmer comes into the attack from the river and replacing Landerfort. And the first delivery was chipped to mid wicket, almost carried to that man that is there, just dropping short. You see a lot of slipping going on with the fielders, and that is because
it's a little damp still, not soft enough for it to be deemed dangerous. But again, you have to make sure that when you make those quick movements, that you're quite stable. And driving again on the onside, down to the man coming from halfway on the boundary on the mid-on, along the foot. He feels no addition to the total. 215 for 7. Chase 15. Joshua, that's Chase 15. Batch 150. And Batch is on strike. This one is a good delivery, short of a good length, and coming back a touch into the left-hander. He was eventually on top of it and punches to where the man would have come around from gully area. Now,
there's a lot of sporting activities, Roxelle, going on the side of the country. If you traversing this leeward side, western side, there's a football competition going on in the town of Barley. Just a couple curtains to be precise. There is to the extreme north another football inter-village competition going on. This time is well, look at this. A loud appeal for catch. It went straight in, and this is interesting. this is interesting, Roxelle. He's now appealing for the catch after attempting to hit the ball at the stumps. And what happened there? The umpire gave it 4 extra runs. He should have kept the ball in his hands.
Well, from my vantage point, I don't think it carried. I don't think it carried, and so that's why he attempted to effect the run out. The signals from the umpires were a little uncertain to me. I wasn't sure what was happening, but the ball was. He attempted to run out Bachu as he was out of his crease. It went into the third man bound for 4, but then there was a question. And this is down the leg side, a short delivery, but I'm almost certain that it didn't carry to hand.
Well, the square leg was in the affirmative that it did carry, but he was making his constant appeal to the standing umpire, who was more focused on signaling for the boundary, and there was not a communication in terms of both umpires, whether it carried or not. So one would question there. Why did he pelt the ball at? So clearly, with the reaction of pelting the ball back to the stump, would have signaled to the standing umpire that it did not carry, and the standing umpire rightly made the decision to signal a 4 extra run.
Some uncertainty there, but for sure we are certain that the score is 219 for 7. 219 for 7. Bachu has progressed on to 54. Chase is on 15, and after being 53 for 4, Trinidad will be definitely happy at their position they're in right now.
I'm sure Captain Tuckett is not happy with that. Even though Trinidad is happy with the position they're in, Captain Tuckett is being schooled there by Graves to just keep it down a notch because he's somewhat disturbed. But they have rekindled they see they feel again keep questioning the umpire, so what may have went wrong. And this is the signal for the helmet from the skipper. I'm not sure if spin will be introduced sooner or later.
So Williams again, this time he is going to offer up to Chase. This is a short rising delivery, taking the glove area and falling just short of the tall Emery at a slip position. He dropped the bottom hand in the end. So with the 2-man backward of square on the boundary, you're going to be looking at trying to induce Chase into a 4-stroke down in that area.
Clearly, you're trying to set him up for that pull. I would have opted for another fielder in the deep mid-wicket region. Let him go for the pull. If he's so confident that he could pull, let him pull.
This one, he's nudging past the keeper. There's no fine leg, and so it's Emery behind it. It is going to go into the boundary now. Emery has no hope. The score moves on to 223. 223 for 7. Chase moves on to 19.
Fortune for the brave there, I would say. I'm not trying to degrade Chase in any way. But in terms of the fine leg fielder is extremely wide, I find, because there's a deep square. They actually communicated with each other. So I would have wondered why that fine leg fielder wasn't a bit finer than a wide, as if you do not have a square, deep square leg back.
Again, really in a good position as he comes forward to rise and delivery. Plays it neatly onto the offside. Was looking for a single initially. And 250, 275 and declare, you think?
300.
You want to get all the way up and make sure that there's a total that you can ask them to bat twice. Okay. So that's a Cosnell's view for you, Mr. Morris, the officer in charge.
Of the commentary? I believe you're in charge of the commentary.
No, there's no in charge here. We're working together in tandem. We're in tandem here as Bachu and Chase is doing at the wicket here now for Trinidad and Tobago. As a combination of players. Chase is from the southeast, Bachu is from the east, and both would have played for the Masqueraders in that preparation tournament they had prior to coming to St. Vincent and Grenadines. It's Williams to Chase, a short delivery. This one was a little slower. He pulls it away, backward of square, gets one, looking for a second. Good running in this occasion. The score moves to 225. Chase moves into the 20s. He's on 21.
Yeah, 21 important runs there for Trinidad and Tobago. We will see from a low order batsman. And he's running between the wickets. He's a very tall fella, so it's about 6 to 7 strides he will take.
Counted 6. I say 4.
Yes. Well, I'm looking for in the likely event you have to slow down.
Yeah, you're right. Another short delivery. This time he doesn't decide to pull. This time he leaves it right in front of him, and that looks like it's T. Good. I make it a good segment again for Trinidad and Tobago. 2 wickets I think they've lost, but they pushed on the score by what? By some 73 runs. So 75 runs. So to be honest, to be exact. And so Trinidad and Tobago, they were 150 for 5 at lunch. Yeah. They're now 225 for 7 at tea. The Leeward Islanders, you can see them, they're walking off a little slower than normal because the Trinidadians are on top at this stage, you will see, because of the level of recovery that they were able to achieve.
Yes, and they should be. Chase will be coming out a bit confident. Bechu, he's on his 50. I believe he's maiden 50 in this tournament so far. And they should be confident, a confident batch coming out here for T. So good setup game here for Trinidad and Tobago.
All right, so at T, Trinidad and Tobago, 225 for 7, and we're going to take a break and we'll be back after the interval.
Small cup of coffee. So welcome back to the Cumberland Play Tournament. Trinidad and Tobago taking on the Leeward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago, this is a post-T interval. Bechu, Chase, who's at the crease. They are 225 for 7. A great recovery walk there. 50 from Bechu, he's on 54. And Chase, who is on 22, to be precise. Good work. 21. Thank you very much, Roxelle. You have been very calculated in your scoring. And the first sign of change just after tea here. The Leewards are going to bring in their spin attack of Amory, sorry. It's looking like Amory, who has ball in hand. So they will look to have some sort of early inroads with this spin attack just after launch. A hard ball, so because it's the new ball, it has just have some 15 overs from when it was taken new. So 15 overs is enough hardness on it to give the bowlers enough to work with.
Okay, so it's Amory. He is going to offer up now to Bachu. It's batted well for 54. And so that's the first delivery from Amory. Just put it back on the onside. We definitely still have to commend the players, because remember, most of these guys have not played 50 overs cricket, 3 days cricket, I should say. They have played 50 overs and or 10 T10s or T20s. They're now into the latter stage of a long tournament, because this is what this is the of playing cricket. This is the 8th, and again being asked to do something that they have not done for a while. A lot of them may not have had that experience either. So you're asking them to dig deep. For example, the Leeward Islands, as we said before, two very small and short series, and then they had about a week since those series for them to pick a team and to work with a team. So all the teams here must be given some kudos for the efforts that the guys are actually portraying, because they have not been exposed to 3-day cricket in a while.
Yes, and one of the things that they have working for them is that they've been gelling with each other. I've sat with them and seen their operation during the tea interval there, and you could hear like some of the errors that was made in the field. You know, they would make fun of it, not in a bad way, but to bring that jovialness to the team and lift the spirits of the team. So clearly they have a gelling, and they understand each other. It's not because they are from different territories that they kind of segregate themselves, but they tend to make the unison of the team important, and I believe that is what makes them a successful unit.
All right, so we're going to continue with the cricket here. The Leeward Islands 225 with the Trinidad and Tobago 225 for 7, and it is 54-19. 54-19, I'm being told. Chase is on 19. We have him on 21. Bachu is on 54. So good grinding cricket here. The type of cricket we want to see youngsters actually not giving their wickets away and not being too loose with the ball, trying to be as consistent as possible. And Tuckett has been doing well as well, because he's been changing his bowlers around, not keeping them on for very long spells so that they're tired or to allow the batsmen an opportunity to see too much of one individual. So it's been absorbing cricket. It's been slow, but absorbing and quite pleasing, to say the least.
Of course. His captaincy have not come under the scrutiny in no negative way, and clearly have done a fundamental job in terms of using his bowlers. Palmer now comes into the attack. This one is no a force, no ball after T. And Palmer just not getting the footing right there.
All right, so the score moves on to 226. 226. Trinidad and Tobago now, we've been seeing they've been inching all 2 days, and now they inch up to 250, which would definitely be a pleasing score for them.
Yeah, they should be able to reach about 275 if they continue at this rate. There is a picked up in terms of the run rate since the fall of Ramlan. Not trying to discredit him with this performance. And
There's a wide outside the off stump from the 16-year-old Palmer from St. Martin, and strongly built and has the potential to become a very menacing bowler. Some work there to be done with his approach and probably where he delivers from, but raw material to work with.
yes, if we notice zoom into his bowling action, he has a slinging action and he comes close to the half stump for the umpire here, just there. And once you have that slinging action, that ball will drift away. I do not think he has that delivery that comes back into a right-hander. If to a left-hander, okay, comes into the left-hander. But there you see, at his point of delivering the ball, it is down to the stumps, almost hitting the stumps, and there he slings it around. So he doesn't have a jump, he doesn't have a what we will call a high in the textbook. If that's his comfort, let him work with it. I am not here to dictate whether he should change it or not.
Well, 16-year-old, you can work with that. He's at the age where you can still do some mechanical work, biomechanical work, that is. And this one is driven past the mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. Joel Andrew was unable to cut that one off, and that's another 4 accredited to Chase. He moves to 23, and they score 230 for 7.
Great shot there by Chase, and he's getting more and more in confidence. And Andrews just went down on that a bit lazy, I believe, in his approach to get that run. Should have done a better work than that, even a slide or something.
And he flashes at that one outside the off stump with a heavy bat and some strong arms. He's now admonishing himself, wondering why did I go that far outside my off stump. But he's still there and can fight. He can live. He's living to fight another day. And in this case, another delivery.
Well, he could bat the entire evening and come back tomorrow.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. And the Trinidadians will be really hoping that that's the case. This one is a good delivery, pitched up, Yorker length coming off the outside portion of the bat, going down to the third-man area, gets 2. But that was a good Yorker length delivery from Palmer. Trying everything here, the Leeward Island bowlers.
Yeah, he changed the angle and went around the wicket there, which is much sensible in terms of his approach. He's getting the ball to angle across. No, once he's coming around. We saw a couple of deliveries that was over the wicket, and it went naturally straight on, as we see a yacht making anchorage at the Cumberland Bay here. And a couple of tourists from North America mainly who would have enjoyed.
There's a call for a wicket from the tent, but that's not supported by Chase, as he was solidly behind that one. The over comes to an end. Trinidad and Tobago continue to progress neatly, 232 for 7.
So this one is squirted out to cover. And Bechu seems a bit quiet. Not since Cheat has come, he has taken on the attack more and doing the bulk of the scoring. So he have played less of a role in terms of being able to attack the bowling, but he has still solidified his end, showing that the Leeward Island bowlers have to work very hard, just as they did with Ramlal, to get his wicket, but he scores at a more faster pace than Ramlal. And clearly it has really worked for Trinidad. This one is much slower. It's played down the ground, over the top, and there's a fielder that made on who was in. He ran very well and was able to get that, stop it with a little bit of footwork. We made mention of football that is going on around, and you see football work is being done here by Palmer, who saved that one there.
I just want to follow up on your comment, and I do agree with what is happening, and it's a sensible cricket because you do have Chase, who has been positive and has really taken the attack when the ball is in the area. So it's now for Bachu to just continue doing what he's been doing, not to take any undue risk as he does now as he turns this one on down to the short fine leg position, gets another. He moves to 57, and Trinidad and Tobago 235 for 7. So they have to work as well in partnerships. That's batting is in partnerships. You both can't shut up shop at the same time. You both can't be attacking at the same time unless the situation asks for that. But even though the situation asks, has to be some sensible reasoning behind how you do it, and this is good cricket. Chase has been positive, and he's gonna continue to do so as Amory comes into him. He turns this one onto the onside as he's rehearsing the strokes, thinking about he should have whipped that one through the mid-wicket area.
This will be an interesting contest because I know as low order batsman, you dare not see a ball fly up there and don't test your strength, and I'm sure. There you go. Just as I'm about to talk with a slower delivery just outside the arse stump and beaten between bat and pad. And Chase goes his off center leg stump rack back, which brings Higard to the crease to number 26 on his back. Trinidad to be losing the 8th wicket at 236.
Well, you did say we're going to be an interesting battle because Chase was not backing down anything in his half, and I think that he thought this one was in his half. Not a bad innings at all in terms of the amount of time he still spent there, and he was attacking when the opportunities arise, and a good little partnership to say the least with him and Bachu. So the 8th wicket has fallen for Trinidad and Tobago, brings to the wicket Mr. Agard. He has 26 on his back. Getting some information now from Bachu. He's been there, and so he is entitled to give some instructions. He's seen a lot, and as you would say, a senior statesman. He is taking strike now. The senior statesman in this case, Bachu.
Yes, and the batsmen for the Leewards should start looking at whether they will be batting under this condition with the new ball and what sort of total they will be looking at. So the Leeward Islands will be looking to wrap up this innings quickly. I know sometimes these low-end batsmen tend to wag a bit and tend to put that added frustration on the fielding team. But Bechu seems like he's not perturbed in any way about what's happening around. To be honest, that's one of the most compact defensive stroke we've seen from him since he's been at the innings. That one was really, really solid, and he was neatly behind it. Looks as if he's now going to take the responsibility by both horns as the innings wind down, if we want to put it that way. Palmer would have other ideas. Comes in now, and he drives back to Palmer, and there is an appeal. The umpire seems to be saying it's a one bounce, and so good attempt though in being able to get down that low as a big man. Just ahead of him, he may have bounced. We could not have seen it because his back was to us. The ball was driven back,
And it looks as if Bachu has the idea is now to really be positive when he can. I'm not sure if he has a lot of confidence in his other two partners. Changes in the field. Graves has been pushed back to the long on boundary. This is a short rising delivery. He was in a position very early, but decided to just turn it onto the on side. Again, the surface on just on the slowest side. Again, obviously the rains around and having to be covered up very, very often. And then rains in the afternoons and evenings when it's covered. So not being able to really show his true colors, the colors that you would have liked to see. I'm not sure if we'll see that tomorrow, but Palmer comes in now to Bachu. He drives but peels off the edge and goes down to the third man area. That's going to go for 4. Does so now. And it is 61. Bachu moves to 61 and the total to 241. She said, 241? Where you get that from?
239. So it's 239. 239, Roxelle. And the textbook always say when you go in, go hard. So that one was played hard. And he got value for a shot.
That's not a bad comeback from Palmer. It was just in an uncomfortable position there, Bachu. It seems as if it slowed up on him, and he was just there a little too early. And but no harm done. The ball bounced over the stump possibly. And so the correction to the score from our end is 239. I'm not sure what the mathematicians are doing in this area, but it's 239, 61, and haven't scored yet. As a no ball is offered, the score moves now to 240. 240, and it is Bachu. He's been batting really, really well. The man from East Trinidad, he'll be looking to hopefully get close to that 91 he scored in that under 19 Sports and Culture Fun Cup match. This one, he gets on top of it nicely and angles it over to the man coming around from the back of the point position. That was a good stroke and handled it well, a short rising delivery from Palmer. So the over comes to an end. We're going to give you some stats of the innings as soon as we can. Another packed bus from our end goes down to the Richmond Valley, probably to an evening, a Sunday evening lime on the beach down there in Richmond. Costner will know all about those, frequents those areas as he's very close to Richmond and Chateaubelair.
Duty-wise.
Yes, duty calls, all types of duties.
Yes, Roxelle.
Calling to do his due here now is Amory. He's going to be bowling to Jason Agard. He's from South Trinidad, and he gets his first run as he pushes this down to the on-side and pushes up his Trinidadian score to 241. Agard is now on 1. So a guy from South Trinidad, a student of Presentation College, played for the Hummingbirds. He has played for all 3 U teams for Trinidad and Tobago on the 17, on the 15, on the 17, and now in the under 19s. So one of those who have gone through the system almost in its entirety.
Yes, and it will give him a lot of experience coming into this game, into this tournament as well. So he should know what is expected of him. though he's in the lower order of the batting, I believe he's more responsible for his bowling.
Yes, a left
more
arm
so,
fast
yes.
bowler, I was told.
So clearly he's no sort of chicken with the ball. This is a full delivery, looking to flick it off his pad. One of the favorites just dropping short in front of the man, short cover. So hands on head, because they would have liked to see the back of Bechu, knowing that they could have just wrapped up the Trinidad innings by that opportunity.
Well, it's Emery again. He is going to continue to work. Comes into Bachu. This one he's attempting to swing away. There's an appeal, trying to be positive. That was probably one of the strokes that you have not seen from him earlier in his innings. But this time he's trying to make sure that they can get as many as possible. So once the opportunity arises, once there's a slight glimpse of a delivery from which he will score, he is going to kind of push and see what he can get. This one is played 2 points as he backs away. And doesn't beat Landerfoot in that area.
The thing about those three last deliveries is that Bishu has gotten a bit distracted, has lost the focus. This one he flicked it to get the single. Well, look at that. The batsman coming for two as about to ground, lost his bat in the process. The comedy of error there. And he has to scamper back to his second run safely without his bat.
Right, so the Bachu has moved on to 63. Trinidad and Tobago, 243 for 7. And for 8. 243 for 8. The 8th wicket just fell. They're having a mid-wicket conference at this stage. Very cool afternoon here at the Cumberland playing field. I do have a few clouds in the sky and good conditions for cricket. It's not too hot and pleasant afternoon. You see the birds fluttering away over there at the bay. Is that frequent by locals as a swimming area?
Very much so. As a matter of fact, on a Sunday evening, if you are to leave us here, Roxelle, and take a walk, I know that would just take you 20 to 25 minutes to go and come. But if you take a walk, you will see a number of persons, even persons outside the local village here, who is somewhat having a sibat, and you know how refreshing a sibat could be, even health-wise. The older folks will say sibat is important to the body. So there will be a number of persons there. As you know, yesterday there was a wedding that held across there. So clearly it is a tourism destination that one need to travel and visit when they do come to St. Vincent.
Is at St. Vincent, but he is getting the outer portion of Agard's bat, and between the keeper and the slips, it goes close to the boundary. Does it go into the boundary? Yes, no, it doesn't. They picked up now, and 3 the result. The Trinidad and Tobago total moves up to 246. 246. Agard moves on to 4. So these are the areas of S4 actually. Yeah, it looked as if it had hit the rope. So 4 credited to Agard. Now he moves on to 5, 247 for it.
So let's see another yacht making its way for Anchorage in the Cumberland Bay. Agard looking to anchor himself here. Leave this one that is wide outside, and that four brings me back to a scenario in the last game with Jamaica and the Windies, where Captain Akeem Agis ran a ball straight down to fine leg position. The Jamaican batsmen, they were in a good stand partnership, and they thought that the ball hit the rope. Whilst Agis approached the ball, he signaled no, meaning that it did not reach the boundary. And then both batsmen were in midfield having conference. And then Akeem in himself requested of the keeper to run out the player. And then he was adjudged run out because he was somewhat being reckless in trying to get back to his crease there. So this is a scenario that, but the umpire was very spot on this time, and they were able to see that the ball hit the rope.
Palmer, he is offering up to Agard again. This one is again taking the outside portion of the bat. He knew nothing about that one. Again, between the keeper and the slips. This time he is getting what? It's another 4, as there is some byplay between between Amory and the spectators of the other end. And there's 251 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago, they have declared at 251 for 8. Your thoughts on that call?
Excellent call. Excellent call. What it does there, it caught the Leeward Islands off guard as well. To me, I believe they are a bit 25-30 runs short. Okay, that's okay. But what it does at this time, it gives Leeward Islands enough time to go into bat. And the Trinidadians would like to have a bowl at them and see how many wickets they could get for the rest of the evening. A great knock there by Beshu and Ramnal, I believe, who set up the innings for this game.
Well, 251 for 8. We'll get the stats from the scorer so that we could run through the innings. Declaring at 250 for 8. Let's go through the details of the innings for you. Remember earlier, the Trinidadians were inserted by the Leeward Islands in this game. As we get the details together. So it's 251 for 8. 251 for 8. Let's go through the innings very quickly.
Yes, if we look at the batting arm, Ramlal, he was skittled out for 47 after facing 251 deliveries. In that he only scored 2 boundaries. James, he went very early at for 4. Kisundat, he went for 25. The Ramdu and Ramnat, they did not trouble the score because there was a hat trick at that point when Williams took the innings. But there was a rebuilding by Rambaran and Ramlal who scored. Rambaran who scored 44. That 63 before for Bechu is the highlight of the innings from 129 delivery. Joshua James contributed 6 and Ricardo Chase, he held the innings a bit, which was able to tally the score right up to 251, got 25, and Agard, he scored 9 just before we get the declaration there.
So for the Leeward Islands, Nathan Edwards, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 36. Shamika Landaford, 18 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 28. Micah McKenzie, 10 overs for 32 runs. 3 of those overs were maidens. Onaje Amory, he took 3 for 50 again amongst the wickets, 3 for 50 from 26 overs. Ronald Williams, 2 for 42 from 11 overs. Malik Walsh had 4 overs for 11 runs. Joel Andrew, 2 overs for 4 runs. Michael Graves, 6 overs for 17 runs. And Michael Palmer, 5.5 overs, and he conceded 26 runs. So yesterday, the first day of this third round match between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago, the Leewards, they won the toss and they asked the Trinidadians to bat, and it took some very good batting to take the Trinidadians from 53 for 4 to 251 for 8, which they just declared. Nick Ramnal, 47. Andrew Ramaran, 44, and Viran Bachu, the highlight of the inning, 63 not out. They were the ones who were instrumental in making sure that they got to a total at which they can declare. So we'll have a short break at this time, as there's a break for the innings. The light roller has been brought out to the strip. They're going to be doing some rolling. We're going to be doing some preparation for the next innings, and so until then, we'll take a break.
So welcome back to the Cumberland playing field here, where we have the CWI under 19 cricket tournament, where we are seeing Trinidad and Tobago for the first time of the day taking the field in the fielding position. Roxel, they have just declared their innings at a total of 251 for 8. Quite interestingly, I thought they would have mounted up at 275, 300, but I am not part of the management team nor the coaching staff to determine what they should or should not do. However, they see it as fit enough to put the Leeward Islands into a tussle. A very good comeback into the game, pending all the adversities that they have faced in terms of losing wicket early and rain interruptions.
Yes, correct. I do thought that they might have gotten a little further in terms of the runs, but they would know what their bowling tackle has to offer. They would know their capabilities, and they probably would have done their research as it relates to the Leeward Islands as well. So let's see what it offers. Does it give them enough time to dismiss the Leewards twice? We'll see. Is the total big enough to dismiss the Leewards twice and them needed to get a small total thereafter? We'll see. And here we are seeing a change in the strategy of the Leeward Islands as well. We have Michael Palmer. He is going to be opening up here with Malik Walsh.
Well, I can't speak of what the last opening pair was in Arnottsville. I'm sorry for that, viewers. But I do believe that Walsh has proven himself in that top capacity as an opening batsman. He's no way shy or short of opening the batting. But the ploy of opening with Palmer, I'm not too sure if he has that pedigree. So clearly we are seeing some change. I'm not too sure if it is because of the late evening where they do not want to expose their top order much to losing plenty wickets.
Well, they still have over 2 hours almost to the close of play. No, sorry, an hour, just over an hour and 15 minutes. We are scheduled to close just around 5:30 this afternoon. So I don't think that is the case. I believe that they definitely they have a plan. And so we'll see what and if that plan materializes in the interest of the Leeward Islands. Palmer and Malik.
So Walsh, Malik, and Palmer. So a bit of adjustment coming back for Palmer, changing over his glove. He's not satisfied with the pair that he has. As we see a bit of controversy there. So he's now settled and ready. So it will be Chase who will be taking up the attack from the river end. They have added some 20 odd to his total. So he will be full in confidence, ready to take on the bowling there.
So Ricardo Chase, he is a man from Southeast. And he's coming from the Cumberland end, and he is going to bowl to Palmer. This one is down the leg side, and the keeper cannot take, and is going to roll into the boundary now for 4. That's not a start the Trinidadians would have wanted, but 4 byes the Leeward Islands total of the off and going already.
The keeper would have to do quick adjusting as to how we get that in, and extras will not be what the Trinidadians will want after putting up a good total so far.
So Michael Palmer from the St. Martin, he's getting an opportunity here now to bat very high in the order, open the bat. This says he drives confidently into mid-on. Fielded there by the man who's coming around for the short mid-wicket position. There's some byplay by the slip cordon as they try to have some words to Palmer. Palmer is from St. Martin. He scored 14 runs so far, and we're gonna see whether or not he is up to the billing that he's been given here. The confidence that his coaching staff has put in. It's Chase, and this one is cut into the slips, and he's caught. He was cutting that one outside the off stump, and he's caught. A good catch by number 46. We'll get his name in a bit. Trinidad and Tobago, they're happy and they're bubbling, and they are on top after taking the first wicket from the Leeward Islands.
Tremendously take there from the fielder there at second slip. Palmer went hard at it, and he was able to get that almost over the slip, but he kept his hand in the air for a while, Ramdu, and he was able to snatch that out of the air. Ramdu has an exquisite take there, and boy, the Leeward Islands got their first wicket down 4-1.
So, and my question is whether or not we have an injury to one of the players, or it was a ploy to try and get an attacking start to the innings here. Michael Graves will now replace Palmer. There's a lot of chat in his ear as he goes in. The Trinidadians are meeting him, and they're definitely putting some words in his ear. He's a vice captain. He has batted quite well during this tournament for them, the Leeward Islands. 81 runs so far in the tournament. He had 63 in the opening match against the Windward Islands, and so he would want to replicate that now. He would need to look at a couple of the innings that were played by the Trinidadians and try to replicate that style, possibly not the speed of accumulating runs, but definitely occupying the crease and being solid.
Yeah, we have seen where Graves have come in a couple of times and have somewhat sedate the innings for the Leeward Islands. He's not this. He's somewhat of a ramlal. He's not going to be a rash shot. And in terms of the shot selection, his shot selection is on par. I'm not too certain about his running between the wicket, but he will be able to. He will be able to set a foundation somewhat for the Leeward Islands.
Well, the foundation is what they need. The Trinidadians will be happy to get see the back of him very quickly. It is still Chase. This one is a good delivery, short, rising just about the leg stump, and he gets on top of it and turns it behind the square leg, into the square leg area, back with the square, gets a single. He's off the mark. Graves is one, and the Leeward Islands are 5 for 1. Brings into strike the brother of a West Indian player. His name is Malik Walsh, brother Hayden Walsh Jr. And Walsh during this tournament has scored 78 runs. He's had a number of starts, 2 starts, but has not gone on. He looks quite attacking as well. This one he gets on top of very easily and punches it to the point area. And that's the end of the first over. Good over for the Trinidadians. A good over from I Make It Chase. 5 for 1 Trinidad and Tobago.
And good, as you rightly said, a good eve over there from Chase. Chase is full of confidence. His approach to that 20-odd really give him a good foundation to come out and play, out even to bowl. And there you see him with what we'll see his metaphoric tail up and able to make force strike, draw force blood for Trinidad and Tobago with his celebration of sending the bowler back to his hut. My viewers, I wish to apologize for that over that was there. There was 20 and 26 on the back. It was Agard who started that over. We sincerely apologize to Agard and the viewers. It's Agard, and Chase is now taking up this attack from this end, which is number 20 on his back. Chase, who has number 26. So from where we were here, it was very hard to pick up that number. So we sincerely apologize for that.
Right, so Chase, he now offers up to Graves. This one is driven into the covers neatly, confidently as well. Looks solid. He's been he has looked the part during the tournament as well. He has been one of the better batters that we've seen in the top order from the matches that we've been exposed to. He's started well again. So Agard would have been the bowler who took up the attacker from the river end. Chase is coming away from us here now at the commentary booth end. He's going to pass the umpire Trudeau into Graves. Graves turns this into the onside. They're running neatly and quickly as they've done so far in the tournament. Graves moves on to 2, and the Leeward Islands, in reply to the Trinidadians, 258. They are 6 for 1. So 2 players at the wicket for the Leewards. They're both from Antigua and Barbuda. As Walsh comes into a strike, he gets one outside the off stump, goes back and tries to punch it past cover. Doesn't get enough on it and doesn't beat the fielder. And again, doing some rigorous work on it as that fielder coming in from the cover area. It looks as if it's going to be a pleasant evening because the Trinidadians, they have their tail up. They have declared they were satisfied with what they got, and they have now given the responsibilities to the bowlers to do what they need to do. Chase to Walsh, who plays it into point and running with the shot. This is again one of the hallmarks of this team. They've been one of the teams that have been running between the wickets quite well, and we've seen this on this occasion.
Yes, and you made mention that Walsh has had many starts, and that's the reason why another area where you have gotten a start. You've been able to turn the strike over, getting a feel of different bowlers, what they make of, where they pitch the ball. So clearly, apart from the wicket, very good start by the Leeward Islands in terms of getting that strike turned over.
This time the man from point came in quickly and closed the opportunity of getting a single down. And so the end of the over number 2 comes to an end. The Leeward Islands again are 7 for 1 in reply to the Trinidadians total. The Trinidad and Tobago total of 251 for 8 declared. So Agard looking to reap further success to Trinidad and Tobago. Comes up now to Walsh. This one is just a short of a length and coming across Walsh. He gets onto his toes and plays it comfortably down to the man coming around from mid-off. And seeing these batters play already and the surfaces they've played on, this should not be a very, very difficult surface to bat on. The bowlers are going to have to work as hard as the Leeward Island bowlers had to. Agard, however, he has a scalp already, comes up now, passes umpire. And this one is played with a softer hands into the man coming around from gully. And a good delivery from Agard, challenging Walsh here as he comes forward and looks at a spot. Again, that characteristic movement of batsmen when they were beaten or challenged by a good delivery.
Yes, Roxel, we are seeing that Agard not getting any swing. So he's using the natural angle to to get the ball across towards. There you go.
When he punctures through the covers neatly as he goes on his toes, he gets one. He's going to come back for a second. And that's a good stroke again by Walsh as he got on top of that one in the correct manner.
Great shot. Well balanced. Not trying to overhit it. Just using the pace and able to sever that gap that is there. And coming back for two important runs there for the Leeward Islands.
So, once again, looking really competent. These are opening top order batsmen for the Leeward Islands. Agard would be looking to change that. This one was looks slightly slower and just about middle and leg this time. And Walsh was comfortable in just coming forward and dropping him in front of him. Number 26 on his back, he walks back. I think he may have his father or some member of his family here from Trinidad and Tobago, Agard. One of the gentlemen we said we would have spoken to, but they've gone so far now, so we might have to pull that in tomorrow. Agard comes into Walls, drives down to mid-off. That's going to go close to the boundary. He gets one. He's coming back for a second. And another good stroke, another competent stroke by Walsh. Walsh moves to 5, and the score moves to 11 without loss.
Trinidad and Tobago have to be very careful that they do not allow. We are seeing a more busier Leeward Island than we had with the Trinidad opening pair. These are guys, as you rightly said, know how to turn the strike over. So Trinidad will have to be careful that they do not leak these odd ones because these are players that will turn the ones into twos at the end of the over there. The score is. The score now reads at 11-1, and Trinidad will have to see areas in which they have to plug these singlers and apply the pressure early.
A pleasant start for the Leeward Islands, albeit that they've lost Palmer, not a traditional opening bat from our the information we have and from what we've seen before. Possibly sent to put the attack to the bowlers, didn't succeed. And so the conventional top order batsmen are going to have to do the work. It's Chase now to Graves. This one is outside the off stump as Graves punches it, or guides it, I should say, into the point area. And there is no addition to the total. There are 2 slips at gully, a man at point, a short cover, a man at mid-off, a man at a short mid-on, a man behind square, and a man on the fine leg boundary. His support goes up, a tall, strong man as well, Chase.
The man from Rio Claro.
Yes, on the southeast portion of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a good delivery. This went the other way, it looks like. Tailed in a touch and behind it solidly once more. The vice captain of the Leeward Islands team. This is Mr. Graves.
Russell, I like the way Graves playing. He's playing the ball a dead touch, and that is called right on the pitch. So he's not going hard. Chase is bowling very hard. He's somewhat angling the ball in and away from Graves.
This one is too close to him, and no ball, however, looks as if it may have risen much more than he expected from his reaction now. No ball adds 1 to the total, so it's 12. And the first first delivery that looks as if it may have troubled these batsmen. He was uncomfortable. They're having some word now with Malik Walsh. And
yeah.
So
I was going to say just before that no ball that I like the way he's playing the ball right under his eyes. So he's not pushing at it. The ball is coming at him and he's killing it right under his eyes, which makes him a quality cricketer. Very patient. And once you're able to play that ball late and kill it right there, less time you will be able to put yourself in any trouble.
Well, he was not in trouble with that delivery that was short outside the off stump. Again, he punched it to point. Would have loved to get that either side of the point fielder. He'll have to try again. Trying again from our end is Chase. He's looking for his first wicket in this game. This one is a good delivery, tailing back into him, looking as if it probably would have gotten the glove. Let's see what the umpire says. The umpire now signal 4 runs, so we were right on the upper part of the bat or even the glove, and that was an excellent delivery by Chase. Has Graves in some trouble, but the result was 4 runs.
Welcome Bungry there for the Leeward Islands, but Chase should be encouraged by that. And we see that he's getting that away and inward movement. So Graves is somewhat now looking to read off the pitch what sort of delivery he's bowling. His arm action doesn't change, so he's just trusting the pitch to do whatever it has to do and read it from there.
This one is punched through, goes up in front of point. That's going to go into the boundary, is it? It does so now. A great stroke there by Graves. He's on top of that one, and he was large and in charge as he moves up to 10, and the Leeward Islands 20 for 1.
That's top quality cricket shot. He pounced on it very early. He realized that he's trusting the bounce. Chase, is a tall bowler, and he himself, Graves, is a tall fella as well. So it is equal balance there in terms of height. The ball is new and hard, and it hits the deck hard, and he was able to balance himself and got on top of that, got just reward for his shot.
Well, Chase looking for his first wicket in this tournament, actually. From what we see here, he comes up now to Graves. This one he leaves outside the all stump and now starting to grow in confidence. And he looks much more positive than he's looked at the start of the innings that we've seen before. So as the competition has gone on, he has grown in terms of his confidence, in terms of what he feels he can do. And playing the balls on the merit. Yes, did get a few that were challenging there, but that's part and parcel of the game. Good to deliveries early up from Chase, but the end result at the end, Graves is still there after hammering one through the point area.
Yeah, I think the Trinidadians should be looking to get in some spin quickly to see what the night offers. If not, place a short leg in if you're getting your bowlers to bowl short. Agard is bowling very well, and he's not create that trouble yet to Chase or to Graves. But you need to experiment if you want a second wicket. You either pull one of your pace and quickly introduce a spin, because the ball is hard, it's new. It will not spin, but it will skid on, and clearly you could intercept another wicket quickly.
This one is in the air, and the good catch is an excellent catch. Diving across, he now puts his finger to his lips, comes up with a tremendous catch, and Malik Walsh is gone. Trinidad and Tobago back on top.
That's a tremendous catch there. The catching for Trinidad and Tobago has been outstanding, and Walsh there was stuck between two minds whether or not to go at that shot, and he actually in the end went for it, and he was able to lob it wide of the man there at cover, who had to put in an extra dive in. I don't know, because he's close to the beach. He trusts the show's hair, and he was able to be successful with the catching there.
Well, in two minds you can be when you're playing this game. You have to be decisive in terms of what you're doing. And who was decisive there was definitely that man, James, who came across and picked up a tremendous catch, stupendous catch. Must be credited for making that one into a wicket-taking delivery in the end.
Excellent. So Agard now with that wicket was able to bring Andrews to the crease now, who have to do battle for the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands seeing a sign of a spot of bother here. And this is what we have been calling for from the Trinidadians. Declare at a position, or when would you be declaring, so that you could get enough time to bowl at the Leeward Islands.
Joel Andrew, he is an Antiguan by birth. 59 he got in that last game against, 56 he got in that last game against Guyana. Was quite positive. Let's see what he offers here. He drives neatly into the covers. That's a good start. Looks positive. And again, we've been seeing all tournament, one of those who've been scoring a lot of runs in schools cricket in Antigua, in the Leewards. If he gets off here, could be a lot of trouble, but Agard has been definitely on the money. He's been taking up wickets. Joel Andrew is one of the top 10 batters in the tournament coming into this third round with a total of 89 runs.
Right, so it will be a position now where they need him. This one is flicked off the wicket, off the pad into the square leg boundary. He will come back for his second.
Yeah, so he got off the mark. He's on two. Leewards 22 for two. They've lost 2 wickets, but they're scoring much quicker than we've seen. Saw the Trinidadians. The surface, you must say, is playing a little better. It's a better for stroke play at this stage, as it would have as the day go on, and it was used and rolled, etc., and the moisture would have been out of it. So it would come through a little better for the batters at this stage.
Yes, it will. And they can trust the bounce as well. So if you're going to play on the up, you have to be confident enough to play on the up. That shot to me from Malik Ward, she was nowhere close to the delivery for that shot. He saw the width, he got his eyes lit up, and clearly his weight balance was needed to the ball. So that's why he was stuck between two minds in playing that shot. He was not confident he would have reached it in time to evade the man there at cover. I was able to get it wide of the guy, the gentleman, and clearly create an opportunity.
Well, let's put the game in context and look at the stats as well. And Trinidad will be happy because they have dismissed 2 batters. At the crease are 2 of the 3 batsmen who have scored 50 or more as in total runs in the tournament for the Leeward Islands. So this is a partnership that's going to be very important. If the Trinidadians can effect a dismissal here now, the only other batter who have scored more than 50 runs for the Leewards is Nathan Edwards. So it could be a really difficult task for them to get up to anywhere close to those 250 if these 2 do not come off.
Well, end of the over. You're right. You're right on par with that. This partnership will prove the depth in which the Leeward Islands will go into the close of play. Leeward Islands in itself would not want to lose another wicket before the night closes, and we're going to see how important whoever player comes to the crease put up their hand, because let's not take it away. Leeward Islands batsmen, each player comes to the party when they need it most, but you don't want to put that pressure on the middle order to be putting up their hands there.
Well, we're looking to join the party as Chase. He comes up now to Graves. This one, Graves back to him, and in return there was a shy at the stumps. Graves had to take evasive action. He did that, and he walks away now, and he's gonna take his gloves off, and I'm going to make sure that he recomposes himself. He makes sure he ties his laces. This is good. This is good cricket because he's trying to make sure he gets back that focus. A young man who is thinking extremely hard. Chase also was on the money because he wants to make sure that Graves know that I'm here, I'm challenging you regardless if you're playing the deliveries solidly or not. You're going to stay in your crease, and I'm going to be challenging you whatever you do.
Of course. One other thing that Chase will have to do a lot is to continue to knock that stump line and continue not to give him too much of a runs to score. That's the line, just about there, because he's not looking to score much because you have seen that they are in a dire situation of losing 2 all the wicket. So he will be looking to more of securing his wicket than to score. But if he have the opportunity to score, he will capitalize on it.
So let's see what happens. Chase again, still looking for his first wicket in this tournament. He is bowling to the vice captain of the Leeward Islands team. That's Graves. Graves drives into the covers. He's looking for a single, but was obscured by the bowler himself. He decides not to. The man who took up that wonderful catch, it looks like he is applying some moisture to the ball and now shining it in the approved fashion. Umpire Trudeau is definitely making sure that he is focusing on what is being done. Hasn't turned yet. Does so now.
James.
Yes, so that was James who did pick up that stupendous catch. Chase. This one is again on the off stump and comfortably forward and just pushing it out to the offside. Here's Michael Graves. He would have probably reassessed the situation, and I'm now thinking that this partnership has to go deep into the day's play, if not take the Leeward Islands to the end of the day's play without further loss. They came out positively, and they've been positive, but they've lost 2 wickets. This one is outside the off stumps. He gets back on his back foot and punches it into the covers. Again, some technically good movement by Graves.
Roxanne, I would have, if I was Captain Rambaran, I would have moved that square leg field and bring him into another position there, because clearly Chase is giving you that awesome line. Plug that coverage and approach him shorter, create some sort of opportunity, because you see that he's getting that extra bounce. And Graves is going on top of it. He's not going down. Well, here he seems trained there for the last ball of the over. And it doesn't speak ill of what he has been constantly doing in the over so far. So it's end of the over. Brings his total to 23 for 2, the Leeward Islands. But clearly, I like the area in which Chase is nagging at Graves.
Well, that's what he's been asked to do. Agard has done his part so far. He's going to pick it up again from the river end. This time he's going to offer up to Graves. He now gets his final bits of information. That's Agard as he tosses ball from hand to hand. He now wipes his palm as he comes through. This one is a good delivery, short and rising across the chest area of Graves. He laughs as he is enjoying his work here, Agard. And Graves comes across and looks for a spot, and they're now trying to find a few of them. They found more than where the ball would have pitched.
Well, that one took Graves by surprise, actually. And I believe this is the first time, well, not the first time, he's facing up to Agard. So he's somewhat surprised of that lifting delivery.
This one is a good delivery again, just about the middle stump. I'm going across him, short of a length, and he just gets back and able to guide it into the point area. A good contest here at the Cumberland playing field. Round 3. Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars, Trinidad and Tobago against the Leewards. Trinidad and Tobago 251 for 8. The Leewards at this stage 23 for 2. And remember the Trinidad and Tobago team, they declared after reaching that 250 mark. This one is down the leg side. I had a thought of tickling it past down to the fine leg area, but pulled out of the shot at the end of the day. Agard has been thereabout. He's been knocking on that length. There's a couple good short of a length deliveries outside the off stump that beats the batsman. And he'll be happy with the return so far. This one again is outside the off stump. Good length and left again by Graves. He comes down and looks at that spot. Now he seems to have found the right spot this time as he do some gardening. He's referred to as a clown in the team, but when he's batting, he's extremely serious and focused on what he's doing.
Yes, you should be. This is the case. This is the part where you're picked as a specialist batsman, and when it comes down to put your job down. Oh, this one is lofted in the air. Slow delivery will drop safely between the man at mid wicket and wideish mid on there. Well,
undone by a slower delivery there by Agard. Again, at the last minute trying to check the stroke, but he was almost through it over the man at the mid-wicket area. I believe an better attempt could have been made, but And I know we are here, we are out here, they're out there, and so they would know better, I guess. So it's Agard who has been causing problems. He's taken 2 wickets, and he comes in now to Joel Andrew. Andrew is a goal. Oh, he scored! That's a good catch again. Excellent bowling by Agar, and he has the tails up for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Well, there you see that the celebration for Agar is towards his father. And, well, Leeward Islands is in a bit of trouble there. Now they have lost their third wicket for 23. There you see the umpires are going to have a word with, in terms of the team crowding the batsman. And I think he was somewhat trapped in the celebration. This delivery well bowled, angled across him, and he was able to find him on a second slip. Again, second slip being in the nick of play. Trinidad should be the better of the teams here. 3 wicket down for the Leeward Islands. They're in serious problems here.
Well, when we started the commentary yesterday, we indicated that from our information and from the research we'd have done, the Trinidadian team would have been one of those that came into the competition with probably the best preparation. They have played, 2 competitions. They had a Classic Cup. The under 19 players were also part and parcel of teams playing in the Premier Division. It offers well for what they can do here, and the catching has been excellent, we must say.
Of course. There is no since spin being introduced. I made mention that they should be able to get some spin in quickly. That person will like Rambaran, who will be spinning. Forced up, a current delivery, and look like. So, left arm spin, take up the attack. And,
Leaving this one dangerous outside the off stump.
well, that ball came back with the angle. I do not think that Graves understand what happened there. He thought that ball would have spin, but it just came back with the angle and clearly missed the R stump by a quarter varnish.
He was solidly behind this one, but the one before, I'm not sure if he made the right choice. Eventually it turned out that way. Ramnaran is the bowler. Rambaran, he has 4 wickets in the tournament so far. This is a battle of the vice captains. Vice captain with ball, vice captain with bat. Rambaran, the 2 Graves. Toss up outside the awesome. He drives through the covers. This is going to go close to the boundary. It goes into the boundary now. That's an excellent shot. Graves counter-attacking. He's moved to 16, and the Leewards are 28 for 3.
Well, another Trinidadians have good athletics team, and no matter how fast James was there, he could not even catch that one back. Yes, it's a top quality cricket shot. Well pierced the gap and was able to get 4.
So a lot of responsibility now on the shoulders of the captain and vice captain for Leewards at the crease. On strike now again is Graves. He gets a full pitch delivery, drives into the man there at the silly point, or the forward shock, like whichever you want to call it. And he struck in the back. It doesn't seem to have even affected him much. He just turns and he's there again. You're going to hit that harder, he says. Let's see. So he leaves outside the off stump as he steps and covers his stumps. And at the end of another over, the Leeward Islands, they are in some trouble here. 28 for 3, all 3 wickets to the fast bowler Agar. So it's interesting. So Agar has now doubled up the amount of wickets he would have taken for the competition prior to this. He would have had 3, and he's bagged another 3, so he's up there now. He's 6. He is on 6. Not sure what's happening in the other games, but Irvin would have gone to 14 at Agar is looking for his fourth scalp. He's been bowling well, and the support has come from his fielders. This time to Captain Tuckett. When he drives into the covers, the extra cover area, I should say. Coming around there is James. Does the fielding, and he is quite noticeable now because he's been in the thick of things as it relates to catching and fielding so far. Has a very popular area to traverse and to cover in the covers, extra cover area.
It's a very busy area. That cover point cover region is a very busy area apart from the keeper. So you will find you'll place your more active fielders in those areas, and clearly have not disappointed so far. Two spectacular catch have been done to get rid of the fielders there, the batsmen there for the Leewards. So clearly 3 wickets down there in some rebuilding process.
This one is neatly played to point, but goes quickly to the man there. He does the fielding. Malik Walsh is gonna have to shepherd his team into. Sorry, that is Tuckett, the Cowboy, and Tuckett is gonna have to shepherd his team into the safety zone. This is where the partnership is gonna be required. He's enjoying himself. He's diving forward even to catch a ball that has been thrown to him from James. He seems to be someone that enjoys what he does. He has a smile on his face, and he now pulls as it finds, as his trousers, as we would say in the old time days. This one is short across the chest of Tuckett. He leaves it alone. Not a lot of pace in that one, and so he had enough time to get out of the way.
Yes, and he's very watchful because you don't want to be losing another wicket here, being the person under full command of his Leeward Island team. He knows how important it is, as we keep reiterating, not to lose another wicket. I don't know if that just become waste air, but that one left him. Yes, there you see the signal that he spun that one. So he used some finger on it to spin that one across Tuckett, and was done excellently. And there you see Graves is telling him, come onto that front foot and block him. Don't give him no opportunity there.
Well, it's been impressive, Agar, with the ball. 3 scalps so far. All 3 have gone to him. He comes up now, and he passes umpire. It is Christopher. And that's the end of the over. The Trinidad they're very boisterous. They should be, because they decided to declare 251. They had a struggle in the innings, and they recovered from 53 for 4. Now they have the Leeward Islands in a lot of trouble. 28 for 3, and they're gonna have to dig deep. The two leaders, as it relates to captain and vice captain for the league.
Yeah, Roxa, I want to the batsmen for the Leeward Islands. They have to know that this is what you would expect from a new ball, and you have to spend time at the crease. We saw Ramlal, who spent a long time at his crease, and Bechu, who spent a lot of time as well at the crease, and they got just reward for their time spent. This is something that these two have to do at the crease. Now they have to take this batting right into tomorrow's game.
Rambaran fighting into the middle stumps, and being driven down to mid-on. And you see the Trinidadians seem to be enjoying themselves. This one is Irvin again on the other side of the strip this time, until mid-off. Happy just coming forward. He just was right in front of him. So
I would have applied that pressure, Roxelle. Since Grace is not adept in playing any big shot, why not plug the short leg?
He punches this one in front of point. Can't get a run. It's coming around there. Is Egan. Good work. Completes the fielding. This is a bad delivery. There's a full toss and he's going to pull it into the middle wicket area. He's not going to go to the boundary. They got two. They are running really hard. Are they going to try and set third? No, they're not.
Think and bowl, big man. Think and bowl. Come on.
30 now. 30 for the three. The Leeward Islands in response to Leewards. The score of 251. Knocked down there by James, but they still managed to complete the single. So this is Tuckett, Bowen Tuckett. He has opened his account. He moves to 1 and the score to 31 for 3 the Leeward Islands. They are definitely spot a bother and trying to push themselves out of it. He has 3 stumps. Rubs the ball in his trousers as he now is going to offer up to Graves.
Roxelle, we've seen them move the gully out and there, just where that go.
Just at that length, the nagging length just about the off stump, and Graves had to drop his arms and played it well in the end and got a single Costner.
Yes, where they move that gully position and now put a floating slip. So it comes around to like a taut slip position. And you see that ball squirted down that area, they were able to scamper you for 1. I believe I would have opted still for that gully, knowing that Agard is constantly, two of his wicket has been in that slip area, gully area. And I would have constantly knocked there. And let him bowl across that area. But I'm not out there. The captain have other plans.
He has a slip now, and I think he's positioned a short gully now. And for Tuckett, Bowen Tuckett. This one, yes, it's beaten outside the off stump. That is the area he's been excellent with the Aga. Occasionally. So he's been really on the money for the Trinidadians this afternoon.
But not only that, the Trinidadians have been doing a lot of chirping around in the national bird, in the hummingbird. And a lot of chirping to the captain for, again, he's disturbed with one that is swinging across him. And there you have it. Again, he's beaten in that case. So the Trinidadians are having the upper hand of of Tuckett there.
Solidly behind this one, however. And so he is trying to see off this difficult period. It's been very, very difficult for them. They have lost wickets, and Agard has been coming at them constantly with good deliveries and challenging the batsman on the off stump. He's bowled a few short deliveries, not bounces in any with any stretch of the imagination, but definitely has still been asking questions. That's another one this time, and a short can't get on top of it is Bowen Tuckett, and the over comes to an end. Trinidad and Tobago, they are on top. They would love to see another 2 wickets going down this afternoon.
Roxel, I want to share my personal view. It has nothing to do with the rest of the commentary team, or I'm somewhat impressed at the left-handers, the left-hand seamers in this tournament. We have not seen a lot of left-arm seamers in any competition so far slotted like this, and almost every team have one. Almost every team have one, and they have come up chumps. I'm not sure if it's a case where we are not adjusting or have been accustomed to batting left arm seamers, but the left hand seamers, Nathan Edwards to the Leewards have put up his hand. Jamaica, we have seen Edward again who put up his hand. So clearly, wherever you have had a seam attack with a left hander, I'm not trying to be prejudicial to the right handers. We are accustomed to the right handers, right? We've seen Bascom who have bowled very well. We've seen other right handers who have bowled very well. Lander Fort who have bowled very well. I am not saying been anyway prejudiced to the right-handers, but I am impressed particularly by the left-handers.
Rambaran with a bad delivery. This is going to go close to the mid-wicket boundary. It goes into the boundary now. That's a bad delivery. And what was it? It was Graves who dispatched it again, getting another opportunity to free his arms. He did that quite well. He moves on to 24 of the 36 that the Leewards have at this stage.
Yes, and this is why it is important that they spend time at the crease. From you see this new ball off, it will get easier for you, and you will want enough time to spend at the crease.
So, leg break bowler here for the Trinidadians, trying to back another wicket. You always have a delivery or two like that and an over from these types of bowlers. So, understandably so. And at this young age, control and consistency is always an issue. This is a good delivery. This is excellent delivery on the spot. And coming forward there, attempted to come forward initially and then drop his hands. Was Graves. He's still looking at the surface. Rambaran again. There was a change in bowling. This is Nishan Singh, the leg-break bowler who has 9 wickets in the tournament so far. The stature is so similar. So Nishan Singh from Northeast had best figures of 3 for 36 so far against Guyana in match 1. One is a good delivery once more, and had to come down on it and be careful as he gets that leg out as Graves. So you leg spinners always think you could have prize a wicket out with every delivery you bowl. This seems to be the confidence that Singh is bowling with here. He has 9 scalps so far in the tournament and looking for his 10th.
So it tells you about leg spinners, Roxel. That answers your question. But yes, the confidence that most leg spinners portray is that they know where just the area to spot a ball, and that's called spot bowling. And in your practice session, you will put your, whether it's your cone or whatever you want, to show where you want to drop a ball. So when you go into a match now, a match innings, though there might be a batsman of different temperament, you still have to keep that technical part of it where you have practiced your things and you want to hit that area. Because clearly, if you have a wicket that is spinning, it can prove trouble for any batsman.
Bowen Tuckett. players coming forward, and players with that vertical bat and kills it right in front of them. It goes back to the bowler, tosses it from hand to hand. This one is a good delivery, and it rolls back onto the stumps, does it? Just about got his leg around, it seems, at the right time to make sure that it did not disturb the stumps. That one got through, but didn't do as much as Rambaran would have wanted. This one, he comes back now confidently and solidly. He realizes that he has to be solid behind it and sure that it doesn't get through. So it's all spin attack now for the Trinidad and Tobago team. This is another good delivery on the stump, asking him to come forward, play. What are you gonna do with it, Casnell? And this time again, he approved fashion. It's out there.
Well, some 20 minutes or so left before close of play, Roxelle. So Tucker to be very watchful and mindful of that as well. As you see, the message will be going out there to see out the rest of the time for the display. However, they as well should know that they do not want to lose a fourth wicket going into the last day here, because it will somewhat put pressure back onto them into the last day. Like, for example, the Windward Islands, they were skittled out from an overnight total where they were 2 wickets down to a very mere total just before lunch. So and they lost that game. So the Leeward Islands will be cognizant of that and do not want to put themselves in this position.
Discussion about the allowance of that fielder onto the player from Leewards onto the surface, into the middle to deliver some water. Half a dozen on one, six of the other. And this is what happens as it's sing again. This time to Graves. Graves is allowing it to pitch and turn away from him. So he picks up the line very early. Offering a lot of flight here is Singh, and this is what he should. I'd like to see this. Prefer to see this from the spinners than them just pushing it through. Comes again to Graves. This is on the line of the leg stump, and he pushes it onto the onside. Not introduced to play across the spin of the delivery. Enjoying themselves are the Trinidadians. Trinidadians. That's another good delivery. This is on the stumps. Graves is equal to the task. He's getting some words from behind him. The slip cordon and the keeper always in his ear, but he has proven to be a quite focused individual. Let's see if he continues to do that. Outside the off stump, and he allows it to go. A good line, good length, good control so far in this over from the leg spinner.
Yes, and he would constantly need to be asking questions there from Graves. This one is the googly, that one played. Caught Graves there a while. I was wondering what's in my mind. Does he have that in his artillery? And you have just answered my psychological question. So clearly, I'm not questioning his ability to bowl a wrong one there again. So Graves will be now mindful as to what sort of delivery he will be coming at him with.
Some doubt in his mind. He's going to face up again to he drives through the covers pleasantly again. He gets one. He is looking for a second. Two is all they're going to get. That is Graves. He moves up to 26, and Leewards pushes on to 38 for 3.
So James comes off. Substitute Siwa comes on.
I don't want to repeat the expression of one of the spectators and one of the men working in this area, because that will just commentator to get up and leave you alone in the next 20 minutes.
Tell Vincent, keep attacking the stump. Try to hit the stump. If you gotta take a man from this side, put on the next side to make him go straighter is not a problem. Make him turn.
Get a run. Tuckett will need to get a big score because he's not gotten in and he has not really gotten anything big in this tournament. This is a time for him to actually lead from the front as a captain. He has led well with the gloves. He's been quite tidy with the gloves, but as a batsman, he needs to now come up chumps with a good total here and a good innings for his team.
Yes, if it's a time that the Leeward Islands will want his captaincy to be unquestionable, is now. It's not that it has in any way been questionable, but he has been playing well. He's been playing well so far, and he should be able to play his way through this evening session and see himself for tomorrow.
Yes, and definitely has an opportunity to build a big innings with his captain. But the Trinidadians would definitely have other ideas. They have been on top since they've declared at 251 for 8. He drives back to the bowler, can score. He's probably looking to close the evening and being as solid as he possibly can. And whatever scoring opportunities may come, looks like Graves is going to take the opportunity to push that on.
So Siwa now comes back off. James now comes back on.
So Singh continues. He is looking for his 10th scalp of this tournament. He has been on the money for the Trinidadians during the tournament with the ball. The man from Northeast. He's making sure his fielders are in the right position. Singh comes up now to Graves. This is a good delivery, just about the middle stump and coming across a right-hander. Your question has been answered. He is now a short leg, and this is good. This is good attacking cricket from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, there is no need for you not to have a short leg at this time because Graves will be looking to more defend his wicket going into the close of today's session. As you see, this one is driven outside the coverage and for 2. But what I like about Graves, though, even though it's the close of play time coming up, he's still playing his shots and looking for the opportunity.
And when you say play shots, he's playing shots in the areas in which he's strong and he's comfortable, and when the ball is over pitched, and this is a sign of a good cricketer. You want to score when the opportunities are there, and if you're asked to be defensive, you get a good delivery, you have to play it on his merit as well. And this is a good delivery, and he does as we just explained, coming forward in that correct manner, that approved manner, and even with those 2 fielders in front of him on both sides of the wicket, he is still solid and confident. Drives back to the bowler. This one was asking a few questions, might not have been completely to the pitch, possibly looking to drive when he shouldn't been in this case. Commentators curse, as we were just saying. Now we were just saying he's playing each on his merit. Now it looks as if they one that was not in that slot. He walks away.
I think that is so because the short leg feeler, he was a bit square. Now he comes straight almost onto the wicket. And if you see the leg spin bowler is bowling middle and leg line, so it will now ask Graves to play much straighter. And he has to be careful because we're seeing where he's putting that leg just outside the leg stump to kind of cover the spin or any sort of spin on that ball. And now he has to play much straighter because the fielder himself has been adjusted.
Oh, this is a good delivery as he called. It comes off the top part of his bat or pad. What is it? Pad, it looks like eventually. Umpire Trudeau says not out, but that was an excellent over by the leg spinner. He's now getting into his craft and wondering how did that pass the glove or the handle of the bat. But the sound from our end definitely means that it came off the upper portion of the pad, and that was a beautifully bowled by Singh.
Great work there as well by the umpire to make that decision. Clearly it was pad, and the excitement in which Trinidad and Tobago have gotten their energy. They have done very well, very well, and we are seeing a case now where it's coming down to some 20 minutes past 5. So Ramlal, who's gonna have a bowl now with that number 17 on his back. He cannot be missed by us because of that agonizing, long, important knock for his team. So once we see that number 17, we know it's Ramlal. Left arm spin.
Yeah, well, he did well against Guyana, picked up a 4 for 39 in that game. And as you've seen, he is also quite adept with the bat. He would have picked up 7 wickets so far in the tournament. As a tall, lanky figure of Amri comes across to our commentary booth end. Another run to Tuckett. Tuckett moves on to 2, and the score moves to 41. 41 for 3, the Leeward Islands. So some conversation being had here now by the 2 batters. The man from Central has the ball. He's done. He did well with the bat, and so he is now required to offer some resistance here now with the ball and some wickets for the Trinidadians.
Yes, the Trinidadians will be happy if they get a 4th scalp going into the closer play. However, they have to be very careful. They see that one skid on quicker than Graves anticipated. Left arm leg spinner. So Graves will be very articulate about how will look to articulate as to how good he will look to play. This
is hammered. Oh my God! This is hammered wide off mid-on into the boundary now for 4. Graves not taking any prisoners. It's a bad ball. He is dispatching it as it should
That's
be.
what I was gonna say, my fellow commentator. He's not going to make mince of any loose delivery, and there you see that one was tossed up there and got the treatment it deserved.
So Graves looks positive. He looks compact today as well, and he has had a 63, as I said before, in the tournament against the Windies. Now on 32 and would want to bat for the rest of the afternoon. This one he punches to point, probably a little bit over exuberant over the shot he played prior, and now decides to rehearse what he thought might have been a better option. The Leeward Islands are trying to fight their way out of some problems. They are now 45 for 3. This is a full pitch delivery outside. Yawson didn't get to the pitch as he attempted to drive into the cover area. The over comes to an end. That's Ramlal's first over, and not yet settled as it relates to the ball.
No, he has been a bit aerial, floating it up and a bit short. So a mixture of deliveries. But at the end of the day, very well kept over where he got just 5 from that over. And welcome 5 for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They would be somewhat in a recovery mood now, the Leeward Island batsmen. And as we see, 45 for 3. This one squared up Tuckett a bit. So He has to. The thing that he has to adjust to is the pace of which Singh is bowling, because Singh tend to speed through the leg break and sometimes he slows it up. So as you see, Tuckett was not certain as to what would have occurred there, so he was a bit squared up.
He drove that one neatly and with some power as well down to mid-on. Cannot beat Chase. He does some work on the ball and now tosses it back to this is Singh. And he drives. This is a good stroke down to mid-off. This time they run with the shot. They're looking for one, and in completing the run, he followed through very, very far. And so the opportunity for the second could not have been taken. He decides now to go and have some words with Graves.
Yes, you need to say, okay, see how best you can see out the rest of the river. Do not try to be agricultural in your shot or try to be overly aggressive. But however, if you get the opportunity to capitalize, do it like that. But please, I'm begging you, my second in command, do not lose your wicket. I have given you the strike.
Well, I think he must be confident in Graves because he has been quite good with the bat for his team. This one is a good delivery, pitching about the leg and coming back into him as he goes back deep into his wicket and plays it one from deep into his wicket, and had to use his feet to ensure that it stayed away from his stumps. He settles again. This is Graves. Okay, excellent delivery. This brought him forward. He had to come forward. He had to be really good over that one with that vertical back angle to the ground. Again, continues to garden away. They would know that this is very close to the close of play. And they would want to stay there until tomorrow and come back tomorrow and possibly batter for the rest of the day.
Well, Trinidad is aware, and now you see they have a lot of fielders crouching that area.
He drives into the man at the silly mid off. This time it hurts James. He's rubbing the side of his leg. The physio will have some work to do a little later on.
Have you ever felt that the bowler is setting you up for those kind of delivery? He's not that severely injured, so we could have a little mimicry on it as he continues to rub and massage that area.
Have you ever been asked to field in that position or those positions?
No, definitely not. Most times I'm playing more of a point fielder, so gully point is more where I am. You will find me if you come to watch any sort of cricket game.
That sounds like there's a lot of confidence in your fielding ability. Those are pepper areas.
Yes. If you see that James now is signaling to his teammates to bring on the spray, so it's somewhat irritating.
This one is over pitch on the leg stump, and he drives, and it could have been a difficult single, but on to mid on it when Tuckett has moved on to 4. And it's 47 for 3. The Leeward Islands, they are forging a little partnership here. The captain and the vice captain of the team from the Leeward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago 251 for 8 declared, and the Leewards were in a lot of trouble. 28 for 3. This one, Graves drives pleasantly down to mid-on, doesn't get past the fielder, and this time it was a little too quick for him to actually attempt a single.
Well, the previous delivery was misfield, and this one is well stopped, and his teammates applauded him in a more sarcastic manner.
This one bounced and turned, and getting on top of it and trying to punch it past point was Graves. Still looking positive, and he's confident in his ability.
Yes, that's why at the first ball of the over, This one is punched past the man at back of point there, going out to the boundary. It will be recovered. Sprinting very fast there. Captain Rambaran. After that one, he recovers it and sends it in back powerfully. And yes, the first ball of the over, Tuckett was able to hand over strike to Graves, who have faced more deliveries and is somewhat comfortable with the approach of the bowlers here.
All right, so it is Ramlal who has been employed by captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team. He comes up now to bowl to Graves. This was a faster delivery. His approach to the wicket could have given that one away, and that is just goes into the gloves of the keeper. Graves walks away, and the Leewards trying to battle their way out of a little difficulty. They are now 49 for 3.
Yes, a much better position for the Leeward Islands. They will be satisfied where they are, knowing that in contrast, yes, so end of this play, knowing that the Trinidad Islands were 51 for 6 in their position. They are now 49 for 3. So in contrast, I would not say they are that bad but they will be comfortable in terms of where they are. Trinidad will feel the better of the two teams going out because they declared their innings for 251 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago 49 for 3. You see that the Trinidad team played very well. Agard, who got his 3 scalps, the main highlight of the innings here, while the vice captain, Graves, he's the one who actually glued the innings here for the Leeward Islands and hold things back. He scored he's on not out on 33.
All right, so the Leeward Islands, they are replying to Trinidad and Tobago, 251 for 8, 251 for 8 declared. They lost Michael Palmer without scoring. Malik Walsh, he got 5. Joel Andrew, he contributed 2. At the wicket at the end of play today, Carlton Bowen Tuckett, the captain, he is not out on 4. And the man who's been doing the bulk of the scoring and has looked very impressive during this inning so far, Michael Graves, he is not out, 33. So far, Jason Agar, the pick of the bowlers, he has been quite excellent. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 10. Ricardo Chase, 3 overs for 12 runs. Andrew Rambaran, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs. Vashant Singh, 4 overs for 9 runs. And Nick Ramlal, 2 overs for 8 runs. We will be back with you on Monday, that's tomorrow morning, bright and early. Hopefully we'll have a 10 o'clock start. And so that's where we're going to end our broadcast this evening at the Cumberland playing field. Let's just get that again. So there's a readjusted start time. So we'll begin at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. 9:30 a.m. Again, the Trinidad and Tobago 251 for 8 declared. The Leewards in reply 49 for 3.